Gentlemen, and welcome back to Alpha Day Trading. If this is your first time inside the Alpha Day Trading community, please take a moment to act. Okay, no. No. We're done with that intro video. That is an old intro video. It's getting old. It's getting repetitive. Obviously, it's the same freaking video with me talking my polo shirt. I'm going to redo that video, guys. So again, I'm cutting it off right then and there. You guys heard it a million times. I'm going to work in a new little intro video for new members. Make it a little bit shorter, simple, to the point, so you guys don't have to listen to the same crap. Don't you wear this? You don't wear the same shirt? I do. Let me change real quick. No, pretty much. I mean, 3 days of the week I'll wear the same shirt. I don't like doing laundry, so I just wear the same stuff probably 5 days in a row, and then I'll do my laundry, right? So, okay, guys, on a serious note, good morning, traders. And what is today? Someone give it to me. What's today? What's today? My favorite day of the week? It is Hump Day, baby! Oh, I love just coming into the market on Wednesdays and saying, good morning, team, and happy Hump Day. I don't know why, but Hump Days fire me up, baby. But so once again, traders, good morning and happy Wednesday. It is July 28th. We have a total of 3 trading days to go until the end of the month. Team, the last couple of days, been a little rough in the market. The last couple of days, been a little choppy, right? Monday, we saw some early morning spikes, a lot of chop right around 130. BTBT going on a nice big rip and run to the upside. BTBT was the hottest stock on Monday, but right around 230, when traders came back into the market, what did we notice in the day on BTBT? It was pretty dang choppy, wasn't it not? So again, coming into the market on Tuesday, once again, very, very choppy yesterday. It was a very, very rough and a very challenging day. Not just for me, not just for traders inside a chat, but I stay in touch with a lot of other mentors and other traders in the trading world, in the trading community. And it was a rough day for a lot of individuals, right? Not everybody, but for a lot of individuals. The last couple of days, it's been very challenging. It's been very rough. So if you feel like, man, I'm just not making money, I'm not nailing these A+ setups, it's not you guys, right? 80 to 90% of the people I talk to, we're in the same boat. The market's been hard. The market's been choppy. The market's been rough. What we have to do is realize, hey, the market's not healthy. The market's not ripping and running, right? The market is a little bit on the choppier side. We cannot expect to come into the market every single day and have just these awesome A+ setups to where we can just bank big time profits and the best of the best trades. We're not going to have a setup every single day, right? And we don't have to trade every single day, right? Sometimes the best trade is no trade. So what we have to be able to do is come in, right, with an open mindset of, okay, how is today? Is today going to be choppy? Is today going to be hot, right? If the day's hot, take advantage of those hot days, right? Make sure you have capital. If you're using a cash account, don't waste it on choppy days. Conserve and preserve your capital so when we have healthier market conditions, you guys are prepared, you guys are ready to rock and roll to make great trades and to make big time profits. But again, when we come in and we realize, hey, the market's a little choppy, scale it back, sit out of trades more, sit on your hands, observe, and do not take unnecessary losses. Again, the last couple days, been break-even days for me. Yesterday, I lost about 74 bucks. On Monday, I made a little over $120. So I'm right about break-even for this week. Again, it has been hard. It's been challenging. It's been choppy. It's been rough. But again, it's not you, all right? I want to make sure. You guys know it's not you. It is the market. But we have to just be mindful and realize, hey, the market's not great. The market's not hot. Let me sit out more than I participate. Let me observe more than I'm actively taking trades. Let me preserve my capital so I have money I have buying power when I see a great setup, so I do not miss out on one of those possible A+ setups. So again, team, we have 3 days to go. I'm really looking forward to seeing if the market can shape back up, get a little hot, right? I don't want it super duper hot. I don't care if I see 3, 4, 500% runners. I just want some more consistent movers, some better A+ setups that are actually working themselves out, so we can end this month on a strong note. We can end this month on a green note, and we can carry some momentum into next month for the 2021 Small Account Challenge. So again, if you're just tuning in over on YouTube, yes, that's right. Come August 2nd, we start our 2021 Small Account Challenge for everybody inside of chat. So again, if you're interested in that program, you can go to alphadaytrading.com. You can click the Learn More link underneath the Small Account Challenge video, and you can learn more about this program. You can go ahead and reserve your spot. There are still spots to be taken. There are still seats that are open. All right. So again, you can definitely come in, participate in this challenge, and not only trade a small account with me and consistently grow these accounts, but get all the other amazing value and all the other amazing whatever services, if you want to call it, inside the Alpha Day Trading chat room as well. On top of that, you do get the program where we're going to be trading these small accounts together for the next 5 months, teaching guys everything you need to know to generate consistent profits from the stock market. If you can do it on a small account, you can do it on a large account. And that's the goal, is to get you guys up and running, up to speed, educated, obtaining this skill set. So come January 1st, 2022, right? You can flap those wings. You can fly out of the nest and you can do your own thing, right? You can just fly away, little birdie, fly away and start rocking and rolling and making some big time profits and amazing trades in the market, team. So again, that starts next Monday, the 2021 Small Account Challenge. I will be throwing out one last promotion, one last special for the Small Account Challenge. So if you guys are interested, send me an email. I'll send you that promotion code first if you guys want to get signed up before I blast it to our 10,000 subscriber list on our email list. All right, guys. So again, if you're interested, first come, first serve, hit me up at josh@alphadaytrading.com. I'll get you guys taken care of, get you guys up and running so you can participate in the Small Account Challenge. But again, I don't want to waste a lot of time. It's 9:03 in the market. We have a few stocks to review. Let's go ahead and dive into our up gappers and see exactly what's moving, why it's moving, start eliminating some of this noise and focusing on these stocks that have the best opportunity for us to make some profits today. So again, if you're just now tuning in, good morning, Jason, Sean, Tanner, Hal, Tracy, good morning. Where are you guys tuning in from? Everybody inside of chat, good morning. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and pull up that morning stock newsletter. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up our morning stock newsletter. That over here. And here we go. Hump Day, July 28th, 2021. So, again, if you're just tuning in and you do not get the morning stock newsletter, you can go right to the homepage of the website. Simple stuff. Just go ahead and shoot on over to alphadaytrading.com. You simply scroll down, right, and you see pre-market news and alerts. That's our morning stock newsletter. Go ahead and click sign up, enter your name, email, and I'll go ahead and send you the morning stock newsletter every single morning, right? Basically, I'm just breaking down the stocks with news, my watch list. You guys get a snippet of our $2,400 scanners, and again, getting you guys up to speed with our prior day gainers as well. All right, team? So with that being said, good morning, team, and happy hump day. I hope everybody had a fantastic evening and that you're all ready for another great day ahead. Congratulations to all traders who locked in some nice profits yesterday. And yes, even though the market's been a little choppy, we saw some good profits. We saw Jose locking in $700. We saw Pancake Shark locking in $275. The only profits that we had in profits chat. Again, a lot of traders sitting on the sidelines. A lot of traders just sitting back and observing. I personally lost $76.56 yesterday. So again, pretty much a break-even day. Not a great day, but again, you know, I've been able to limit those losses and at least only have maybe a couple $100 in losses after commissions and fees for this week. So we're still profitable for the month. We still have quite a bit of time, right? We still have 3 days. So there's a lot of opportunity out there. There's still 3 days to where we can absolutely just kill this market, crush this market, and make some good trades and make some good money as well. So again, we know the market's not on fire. The market is not on fire. We are seeing tons of choppy stocks and good setups that are simply not playing out. Do not let the "I am here today, so I have to trade" mindset suck you into a bad trade. Sit back, find your A+ setup, attack that A+ setup, lock in those profits quick, and walk away profitable, right? Do not sit here and be like, "I have to trade because I'm here. I have to trade because I'm here." That's when you're going to dig yourself a big hole. Again, sit back, observe. If you have to, walk away, sit on your hands. But again, sit back and wait for that A+ opportunity to present itself, attack it, lock in your profits, and end your day green. All right, team? So let's get fired up. Let's get ready for another awesome day ahead, and let's make some money. Let's make some money, team. All right? I know it's all about great trades. Let's find those great trades, and let's make some money. So again, stocks with news. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 stocks with news. But what stocks should we really be watching, right? Right now, we want to look for hot keywords in these press releases, right? So you have CHNR acquisition, all right? We have Q2 results, second quarter financials. So again, ABEO announced a successful Type B meeting with the US FDA, all right? So again, nothing really hot there. TAOP signs LOI to acquire 51% of another company, all right? So TAOP acquisition news there. They're acquiring another company up to 51%. Meeting primary and secondary endpoints from diabetic foot ulcer trial, PTE. That's probably one of the better press releases, right? Meeting their primary and secondary endpoints. So PTE right here, right off the bat, out of these 8 stocks, has the best press release, right? A lot of Q2 earnings, fourth quarter earnings, right? GRVI is the #1 stock right now, and it's up on financial earnings, financial results. So again, out of all these press releases, we can see that right off the bat, PTE is the one that has the best press release. Let's go look at PTE. Is PTE really even doing anything right now? It's not. Yeah, just because it has a great press release doesn't mean this is going to be the stock that 80% of traders move into, right? They tried. Press release comes out and goes from 83 to 103. Guys, that's a pretty decent move, right? Right after that press release, this stock runs about 22% in a minute. And again, traders just didn't land here, right? Not everybody just jumped on into PTE, even though it has some pretty good news with meeting their primary and secondary endpoints. What do we know about hot keywords, guys? Right? We know that meeting primary endpoints is a 4-star keyword. 80 to 90% of the time, when we see a company drop a press release and it says they've met primary endpoints, 80 to 90% of the time, we see that stock just go bananas, right? Absolutely just rip and run. But today is not that day, right? We saw PTE go on a quick spike to 103. And again, we just lost a lot of volume. So just because it has great news doesn't mean it's going to be a stock in play. Right now, this looks like noise. Right now, the fact that PTE just lost all the volume and we're not doing anything, I really don't think PTE is going to do too much. But if PTE starts hitting scanners, if PTE starts popping on up here today, we already know why. Because they announced positive preliminary and secondary endpoints. They met their primary and secondary endpoints, and that's good news. So if we start to see PTE rip and run, we already know why, right? And we know that it could go on a big time move because it has really, really good news. But right now, PTE is just a little bit of noise. And what do we want to do in the morning? We want to eliminate that noise, right? We want to focus on the top 2 to 3 stocks that have the best opportunity, right? And so right now, let's go ahead and just start with our up gappers, and we'll go ahead and work our way down. Okay, so INFI. INFI is #1 on the leaderboard, right? This stock is up 40%, trading 12 million shares. It's a larger float play, right? It's about 90 million in float, 86.6, and on average, it trades 2 million shares, all right? So it has good volume. It's gapping up. It's a low float play. What's going on here? Well, right off the bat, there is no news today. Hold on. Right at 9:04. Correct, I'm wrong. So Infinity Pharmaceutical shares are trading higher after Wells Fargo upgraded the stock from equal weight to overweight and raised its price target from $4 to $14. Why did it gap down from 220 to 160? They had bad earnings. So the company had bad earnings. It started to bounce a little bit. Now we're getting some action because Wells Fargo at 538 upgraded the price target from $4 to $14. So on top of that, we're also seeing a little bit of what we call a dead cat bounce, where the stock gaps down significantly and we see traders come in to buy the dip, to buy the bounce, right? That's called a dead cat bounce. So on top of that, we also have Wells Fargo lifting and raising that price target from $4 to $14. So we have a reason for INFI to be moving on up. Two reasons: possible dead cat bounce after the bad earnings, and the fact that Wells Fargo had raised the price target to $14. So right now, INFI has a reason to be moving up, all right? It has good volume. It's a larger float play, but it's also a cheap stock as well, so it doesn't take as much to get these stocks moving, okay? So again, INFI meets our criteria to be added to our watch list, okay? It has news, right? We understand that it could move, right? It's a low price stock with a low high flow. It's not going to take as much to get it going, and it has good volume. It meets all that criteria to actually be placed on our watch list. So now we just got to dive into the technicals and see how high this can go or how low it could go. Does it have a lot of room to rip and run to the upside? Or is there a lot of resistance overhead to where it may not be the best candidate to really be looking at right out of the gate, right at 9:30, right? So let's go ahead and look at the technicals real quick. The first thing that I notice is, again, the low from Monday, right? The low, and then it gapped down all the way and had a high yesterday of 172. So right now, we're looking at 172 to hold on up as support. 218 holding the stock down as resistance. Look, we popped up to 118, we got rejected. We popped up and closed over 118, but we came right back down. And right after we dropped below that 118, look at that. It tried again, it got rejected. Why are we getting rejected right here at 218? Because that's a key level. That's where the low point was before we gapped down and created this big gap here on the daily chart. So again, we really want to see INFI getting back above that 218 to 220. That's when we could see it start to move itself up. How high could it go? Well, you're going to have some resistance right there around 234. Shocking. That was resistance here in pre-market. Why? Well, that's a key level that traders see right here. That big shadow, that big lower shadow right there around 234. That is going to be a level that holds the stock down as resistance, okay? If we break over 234, how high can we go, right? I'm noticing right around 247 to 250 and then up towards around $2.58, right? If we break 258, we could possibly see it to 275, but right off the bat, look at this. Right off the bat, we see that there's a lot of resistance overhead, right? We have quite a few areas that could definitely hold this stock down, which is going to prevent it from really getting that big time rip and run. We don't have a big window of room that we could run. We have a lot of resistance overhead on INFI. But again, it has news. We know it can move. It has volume, right? It's moving right now. It's our number one gainer here in pre-market, up 40%. And it does have room to 274, but we just need to be mindful. There's a lot of resistance in between where we're at and up to that target of 274. So it could move, it could rip and run, but it may be a little bit of a choppier move, slower and steadier move up to that 274. Okay, guys, so again, we're going to be watching INFI. Don't know right now if it's going to be one of the top three, but we'll definitely come back to it as we break down all of these stocks. Number two is BTBT, right? Why is BTBT moving up? Anybody know why? Why is BTBT moving on up? It's not because there's news, right? It's because we had a big, nice green day on Monday. We had a nice little mid-candle formation yesterday. We were alerting this to the team. Keep this on high watch, all right, for the possible mid-candle breakout. This stock said, not today, Josh. We're not going to give you a mid-candle breakout. We're just going to go ahead and gap on up in pre-market, in post-market. I was even tempted to swing this stock last night. Don't know if you guys heard me, but again, I was like, I'm kind of tempted to swing BTBT here. Right off these lows and risk maybe like below $5.55 because we have a lot of room to the upside. I'm like, no, don't swing trade the mid-candle breakouts because technically they're supposed to gap down just a little bit and then start ripping and running. But again, we went ahead and got a nice big move to the upside. So there's no fresh news today. This is all momentum. We had a nice big day on Monday. We had a lot of selling pressure yesterday. And again, why are we bouncing off 579? Why is the stock bouncing at 579? Well, it was a key level on Monday, right? Right around that level, we came up. It was a high a day. It was a high, and then we broke out big time on BTBT. This stock broke above 586 and ripped all the way to 941. Now the stock starts pulling back. Traders are taking profit. We put in a nice double bottom market structure right off one of our highs from Monday, and we just see some buyers come in. And now buyers are starting to move back in to BTBT, as it's already proven itself that it can go on a big time move and hold most of its gains. Again, it went from $5 to $9.41 on Monday. It held all of its gains intraday. Yeah, don't get me wrong, it gave a lot of its gains back that night and then in pre-market and on Tuesday. But on Monday, it ripped, it ran, it held a lot of its gains. This stock has proven itself to traders that it can go on a big time move and that it can definitely hold its gains. So traders are starting to work themselves back into BTBT for that reason. We just have some nice momentum here on BTBT. BTBT is a 15 million in float stock. On average, it trades 6 million shares, and so far this morning in pre-market, we're trading 9. So slightly above the average daily volume. So that shows that we have more and more traders slowly working themselves in to BTBT. We can definitely see a big time move on BTBT. BTBT is probably my number one stock that I want to be watching right out of the gate. Right now we have 757 support. We have top pre-market resistance of $8.40. But anything over that pre-market high of $8.40, we have room to retest Monday's high at $9.41. Anything over $9.41, we could see at the 10, and then we could possibly see it all the way up to its 200-day moving average, right around $11. It's actually right around $11.17. That's going to be our top target today on BTBT. Once again, we want to see it breaking over pre-market highs. We have room to Monday's highs of 941. Next target would be 10, and then our third and final target on BTBT would be right around that $11 mark. Okay, right now we have support right around 757. Right around this 757. We're really trying to hold on up, but better support is all the way back down towards around 695. Right, we have Tuesday's pre-market low. We have a level of resistance yesterday. We have post-market resistance from yesterday, and we have pre-market support right around that right around that $6.95, $7 mark. So that's even the best level. And I want to possibly see BTBT crack on down right at the open. Again, this stock has gone from $6 all the way to $7.70. I expect to see a little bit of profit taking, right? Traders that are in this, swinging it, they're probably going to lock in some profits at the open, right? I want to see this crack $7.50, and I want to see it pull back and wash out towards around $7, and then start to get some action, then start to get that leg to the upside. So again, I'd like to see it crack $7.50 down to 7, but let's see how this plays out. It could definitely hold above $7.50 and right off the bat, start moving to the upside. And again, BTBT does have a lot of opportunity to hit $11. So right now at this point in time, BTBT is my number one stock that I'm watching right out of the gate. Number 2, right? BTBT was number 2, but number 2 on the leaderboard now is GRVI. All right, so why is GRVI moving on up? Well, this morning they dropped a press release at 8 o'clock. So basically what we're taking away from the press release is that they are up. The revenue is up 200% year over year. Their sales are up, if I'm reading this correctly, 300% year over year. So we have great Q4 earnings, Q4 revenue. Really, really nice here on GRVI. This stock is currently up 34% in pre-market, and it is our lowest float stock on the leaderboard. And it has really good, nice relative volume as well. On average, GRVI trades 2 million shares. This morning, we're trading 8. That is 4x. The relative volume is 4 on GRVI, and it's the lowest float stock. It's a newer IPO play. This stock can definitely start ripping and running. This stock has a lot of room to the upside, guys. It has a lot of room to the upside. If GRVI ever breaks over 937, this thing could see 10, 15, 20. Who knows? The market's not hot. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if we start to shift from choppy, cold market conditions and we start warming back up, GRVI could absolutely take on off. But right now, we need to see if this can hold above that 605. That 605 level was a key level that I was watching here in pre-market, right off those prior spiking highs. Right now, we have a really nice downtrend forming here on GRVI. What do we want to see on this play? we want to see our textbook downtrend break setup, maybe right around the open to get this play ripping and running to the upside, right? We have point 1, we have point number 2, we have point number 3. The stock is currently in a nice little downtrend. What do we want to see? We want to see this double bottom or a higher low right above that level of resistance, right? We've established that support right here, right? We bounced. That's right around resistance. That's $5.88. We want to see a higher low or a double bottom right off $5.88. We want to start to see the bounce. We want to start to see buying volume move in, and we could look to take this entry with stops right below the low for the 4th point break of the downtrend, and that's when we could really start to see this move its way back to the upside. So that's what we're waiting for on GRVI, is a nice double bottom, higher low above 588. Stops would, let's say, be at 580. We want to see volume move back in to the 4th point of the downtrend, get the break, and then we could really start to see GRVI pick back up. Where are our targets on GRVI? Well, first target that I see would be right around $6.40 to $6.50, possibly underneath these lows, up towards around VWAP. So in between 640 and 650 is going to be your first target here. And right now, GRVI may be starting to get that break. So as I'm commentating, if you guys are watching, be prepared, be ready to go on GRVI, as we may start to see this start to play on out for us. Okay, guys? Breaking over that resistance level anywhere between 640 and 650. Our next target would be back up towards around 696. Then our other target would be a retest of our spiking highs. I wouldn't even call it 740. I would run it down right around 725 would be our next target. Anything over 725 and 740, we could definitely see GRVI next target 788, 875, 937, those all-time highs, and then after that, possibly $10 here on GRVI. Look at that. Bounce, double bottom, volume confirmation right above the trend line. Let's see if it can now hold above that $6.15 mark and get that break over 640, 650 for the leg up to $7 here on GRVI. GRVI is number 2 on my watch list. All right, if you're just tuning in, number 1 is going to be BTBT. I like BTBT today, right? Number 2 is going to be GRVI. We already talked about PTE. PTE, guys, what's the float on PTE? Float, 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 float. Where is the float? This stock, 81 cents to 87 cents. This stock is gapping up, like 5%, right? 9%. Where's this, where's PTE at? PTE. I want to see what your float is. What's your float? Where you at? PTE. Okay, it's a 70 million in float stock. It's trading 500,000 shares. It has no volume. So if it was a low float play, I'd say, hey, we might have a low float sleeper because of the news, right? Sometimes we have phenomenal news, the stock doing nothing in pre-market, but it's a super low float stock, and it could possibly be a low float sleeper play. But here's the thing. PTE is 70 million in float. It's definitely not a low float sleeper play, but I want to keep PTE on watch just because they have good news and they met their primary endpoints, and that's one of the best press releases that we can see when it comes to penny stocks. So go ahead and add it to your watch list as a back burner play, and let's just see if any kind of activity and volume and action moves into PTE simply off that press release. Then we have TAOP. All right, so TAOP, again, they signed the LOI to acquire 51% of Xinjiang Taoyao. I don't even know how to say that. Again, I can't read big words. I have Indiana education here. So again, they don't teach you really well in Indiana. So again, but they just, it was an acquisition, 51% of another company, right? So TAOP went on a nice big move from around 333, hitting highs of 479 just to give everything back, right? Giving absolutely everything back right now. TAOP is still currently gapping up like 10%. And what's the float and what's the volume here on TAOP? I don't even see this play on the scanner. Okay, here we go. It's a low float play, right? It's 5 million in float. On average, it trades 319,000 shares. It's trading 500 right now. And it has a good press release. So this could be the low float sleeper, right? It could be the low float sleeper play, right? It has good news. Not as good news as PTE, but it's good. It's a low float play. We're slowly creeping above the average daily volume. And TAOP, I'm pretty sure, is a previous runner. Yeah, TAOP is a previous runner from around $4 over the course of a couple weeks, right? Hitting highs like 14, 16 bucks. So again, add TAOP on your watch list and go ahead and classify that as going to be your back burner sleeper play. It's a low float stock. It's creeping up with volume. It's not doing anything right now, but we're slowly gaining some volume. It's a low float play. It has good news. It's a former runner. This could be the ideal candidate for our possible low float sleeper play that just randomly pops right out of the gate and ends up being the #1 watch for the day. So definitely keep TAOP on high watch, okay? Anything with SPRT, right? Anything with SPRT. We already kind of talked about this. Unusual volume yesterday. There was a call sweep yesterday, and that's why we saw some volume move in. So is there a really nice, credible reason for SPRT to be moving on up, right? Unusual volume yesterday, and there was a call sweep. Call sweeps don't really mean anything to me, personally, right? Just because there's a call sweep and there's a large amount of money flowing into the options world on a particular stock doesn't mean the person or whomever's buying it is correct, right? Again, $100,000 call sweep, they could lose their ass. Who knows? Again, it's not that credible. Anytime I see a call sweep and it's a large amount of money on a sweep, whether that's a put sweep, a call sweep, whatever the case is, anytime we see anything like, hey, call sweep, 15 near the ask, 200 at 220, right? That makes me look at the stock for upcoming press releases. Maybe there's someone that knows something that we don't know, right? The stock's not doing anything, right? There's no real catalyst. There's no fresh news. There's no beautiful daily technical setup. So maybe someone knows something that we don't know, and maybe there's an upcoming press release that's going to get SPRT moving. But again, SPRT went on a big time move. We had that press release, the call sweep, there was unusual volume, and it's already went on a big time move from around $7 all the way to $10.86. But again, what's my point here? I know I ranted and I rambled a little bit. My point here is there's not a real legitimate reason for SPRT to be moving on up. PTE, good news. GRVI, good news. TAOP, good news, right? INFI, right? What was the INFI? Price target raised from Wells Fargo. Decent news. There's a reason. BTBT, big time mover on Monday, right? Nice bounce. Getting some action this morning. Catalyst from a technical standpoint, right? Not a fundamental standpoint in the regards of a press release, but a technical standpoint on BTBT. And then we go look at SPRT. It just doesn't line up with everything else, right? So it's not the ideal candidate. Now, am I saying don't watch it? No, I'm not saying don't watch it. I'm just saying be mindful that there's not a real reason for this stock to be currently up in pre-market 25%, right? It has volume. It's a low float play, but there's no news. There's no catalyst. Be smart. Be mindful. We have better candidates right now, right? We're looking at possibly TAOP being our back burner sleeper play. Maybe PTE starts to pick up on the good news, right? But right now, at the start of the day, we have 30 seconds to go. I'm watching GRVI and I'm watching BTBT. Those are my top two plays that I'm watching right out of the gate. And then last but not least, as we have 20 seconds to go, calls and puts on SPY. Calls over 440, room to 441. If we crack the uptrend, calls below this uptrend, or I'm sorry, calls over 440 up to 441. Cracking the uptrend on the SPY, I'm looking at puts down to 338 and then down to 336 today over on the SPY. So keep the SPY on watch. Calls or puts over 440, calls to 441 and beyond. Below the trend line, below 339, puts down to 338 and then down to I keep saying threes, 438 and then 436 there on the SPY. My bad, my dyslexia getting the best of me this morning, team. But we're all set. We're ready to rock and roll. You're watching the SPY for possible calls and puts over one of these two key levels. And right now, we're just going to see, is it going to be GRVI that gets the hype right out of the gate, team? Or is it going to be BTBT? All right, here's our washout on BTBT. I'm watching BTBT for that washout down towards around $7. Let me get the scanners in there for you. And I tell you what, when I get talking, sometimes I talk, and that 30 minutes goes by quick. Very, very quick. So if we need to change the structure for our morning pre-market commentary session to make sure we have time to review your tickers, let me know, guys. Okay? We have 60 viewers right now over on YouTube. We have about 30 individuals currently inside a chat. If you guys think we need to be changing up that morning structure a little bit to allow more time for the for some of your stocks, some extra analysis, please let me know and we can adjust it. If you guys like hearing my beautiful voice and just going on and on and on and on and on for that 30 minutes, I'll keep it the same. But right now, we're just sitting back, relaxing, watching BTBT, watching GRVI, watching the SPY. Right? The SPY, watching that below the trend line, possible puts today. BTBT could hold above 725, but I like $7 a little bit better. Right now on BTBT, if we go look at BTBT real quick, where's the halt level to the downside? That's going to be 662, so we're in the clear on that. So if we get that washout and we continue the drop down towards around 695, we're looking pretty good. And believe it or not, I'm just going to kind of watch TAOP here. I'm just going to watch TAOP. Low float stock with news, right? Former runner. I'm just going to keep this one on watch to see if it does start to pop back over the open. We start to see this popping back over like 355. I may think about a little scalp for a quick little low float pop here on TAOP. It's a risky trade. It's very risky, right? Because we have absolutely no volume. But again, thinking about that whole low float sleeper play opportunity, we could definitely see a nice little 40-50 cent pop back over 350, 355 if, we start to see a little bit of action here. Again, it's a low float play with news. I'm a big fan of these low float sleeper plays. So again, I'm just kind of observing TAOP right now to see if we start to get some action. GRVI is halted right now. Phenomenal. Fantastic. Great. Good. GRVI, your support was that 588, right? It did break the downtrend, right? We actually broke, the downtrend. But look what we did right here, right? We broke the downtrend. We had a quick little pop. We opened, and we retested 588. We held above that downtrend as support. That was your support level. Right now, support's going to be back down at 938 to 940, right? We want to see a nice gap up and a squeeze out of this halt. Fantastic. I love the Sunday money. Fantastic. So I'll continue to ramble for a whopping 30 minutes every single morning. You guys can hear that beautiful voice. Quick little red to green on BTBT. Jason, GRVI locking in $400. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. Carlos, where would you recommend starting to lock in some profit? When the stock unhalts? I don't care where it unhalts. Carlos, I don't care where it unhalts. You gotta lock in some. Your goal here is to lock in some out of the once it goes live out of the halt, and then get your stops brought up to break even so you can ride a risk-free position. You wanna have an opportunity to lock in profits and then turn your trade into a risk-free trade, where if you get stopped out on your other half, you're still just locking in profits. So that's what I would be doing over on GRVI if you're currently in, is I would actually be waiting for the stock to go live, sell half my position out of the halt, bring my stop loss to break even, and if it's going to be a hot stock, a strong stock, and rip and run all day, all the way to $9, hey, guess what? You still have some size on the table. You can take advantage of that move. So 9:33:30 was the halt time on GRVI. We're looking at 9:38:30. We have about 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Absolutely, Carlos. You are more than welcome. So right now, BTBT is looking good. This one could pull back towards the open. This stock right now is not slowing down now. BTBT could be getting halted soon. This stock just went from 725 to 790. You had confirmation on SPY for puts. You just had confirmation on SPY for puts below that, that 439. Actually, it was a little bit higher. You had confirmation right around 439.21 on those SPY puts. GRVI got about 1:30 to go. So right now, I want to watch GRVI out of the halt. So right now, I do want to be watching GRVI out of this halt. So again, I know we have resistance at 7. Right now, the halt level is at 677 over on GRVI. Right now, we're looking to gap up at like 680, so that's like a 3-cent gap up. That's nothing crazy, nothing wild. You know, 677 is the halt level, so we don't want to see it below 677. SPY is a really nasty red candle there. That would have been a really nice scalp on today's expiration contracts on the SPY. All right, you go look at the SPY. The daily contracts are cheap. They expire the day. These things are doing really well right now on the put side. That was great confirmation right here. You could already been up about 50 cents. Still looking pretty weak. Again, your first target was 438. You're about 50 cents away from first target there on the SPY. All right, here we go. GRVI, we're going to be live here in a couple seconds. For the gap up, looking like we may have a nice little gap up. And I got to cancel orders. I didn't get filled. I did not get filled. So you should have locked in half, Carlos. Now you're bringing stops to break even, or you can put your stops underneath the halt level. If this comes down below the halt level, it's most likely going to come back down to 640 and then maybe even $6. So if you want to go ahead and lock in 100% of your profits, you could definitely put your stop loss right under that halt level, maybe like a 660, or you can keep it at break even, give it some breathing room just to see if it's going to work on out today and rip and run for you. So right now, the number one play is GRVI. Right now, all eyes are on GRVI. I want to see a pullback, and I want to see a nice level out. I want to see a nice bottom here, somewhere on GRVI. Right, maybe right around that 677 level. Jason made 600 bucks. My goodness. As members inside the chat would say, Jason, you now have $600. You can use 100 and join the team and continue taking that trading to the next level. Not just make money a couple days a week on the free stream, but do it every single day inside the chat, baby. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. 600 bucks from Jason. Good stuff. Good work. Man, you guys are absolutely getting me fired up. The SPY's still coming on down. I'm up a whopping 200 bucks. Nothing crazy, but I'm waiting for my setup, guys. I'm waiting for my A+ setup. I did tell you guys I was going to be dropping another little Another little special, another little promotion for the small account challenge. I'm feeling generous today, guys. I'm feeling generous, and I'm so generous that today's our free stream day. All right, team? Today's our free stream day. The market's pretty hot. The market's moving pretty well. I like what we're seeing so far. It's not too choppy. You know what? Screw Free Stream Friday. Let's do Free Stream Hump Day! And who knows? Maybe we do some giveaways today, guys. Ooh, today's a generous day on Josh's part. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling good. I want to have some fun, guys. Not just rock and roll, make some awesome trades, lock in great profits, but maybe give some stuff away, guys. Have some fun with you, and maybe drop a little promo for that small account challenge. The last one that I would be dropping, and I know I said it last time. You're probably like, Josh, that's like the third time you said you're done dropping discounts. Well, want to make sure people can get into the small account challenge if they want to. But Josh, got to stick to your word, man. So right now, GRVI is the #1 watch. You're coming into your first target on the SPY. Guys, you're 20 cents away. You're 17 cents away from target on SPY. Go ahead and do me a favor. Lock in some profits. You got confirmation on the trade. You're up maybe $1 right now on the SPY. Right? If you were doing a 30 delta per contract, you're up $30 a contract right now. Go ahead and lock in a little bit of those profits on those puts, guys, if you took those puts. Ooh, GDP. Small account started at 30 bucks. Now you're at 245. That's what I'm talking about. That's some good stuff right there. That's what fires me up. That's what hypes me up. Right now, I'm waiting for my best of the best opportunity. Right now, I'm trying to find the greatest option. And definitely it's GRVI. Definitely it's GRVI. We got a nice little flag here at the high of day. This stock's strong. This stock could absolutely rip and run. But I'm trying to be a little bit more patient with my trades. The last couple days, I've realized I've jumped the gun just a little too much. Right? I've jumped the gun just a little too much the last couple days, so I want to be extra patient. But again, why would I even want to be trading GRVI? It's a strong stock. It has good news. This stock has so much room to the upside. Decreasing volume, right? During this period of consolidation. That's definitely a signal that we could do a nice little bull flag move here. And boom! What happened? Oh, wow, that's what happened. Woo! Woo! Ooh, that was crazy, guys. That was crazy. Right when I go to take profit is right when it dumped. I was like, how did I not make that 250? I was up 250 bucks. It's like, what happened? It got completely destroyed. I was in at 716. I was trying to take profit at 730, but by the time I clicked sell, I got filled at 711. So good stuff that I didn't hold it too long. That would have been nasty. Hi, sweetie. How are you? Are you going to daycare? All right, you're eating Chips Ahoy for breakfast? That's not good. Those are going to rot your teeth. All right, give me a kiss. I love you. Have a good day, okay? Hey, have a good day, okay? All right, see you later. Love you. So yeah, that was crazy, guys. Again, full transparency, I was in at 716. Again, I was looking at that breakout of the flag, so I got in, and I was going to go ahead and lock in profit, and I got filled at 711, so it dumped. Again, I don't look at the candles, I look at level 2, and I was looking at my sell button, so that was great timing to go ahead and try and lock in profit, but to get out. Yeah, it was a loss, but hey, it could have been bad. Could have been a bad loss. That's why we take profits. That's why we take profits and bring stops to break even. Tanner, we got to lock in those profits. Got to lock in some of those profits. So if you're in right now, halted down, it's just risky, right? That was a pretty aggressive move to the downside from around, that's pretty much $1 move. $1 move in a minute to the downside. The only hope that we have is if this stock can hold above 588. Right? The only opportunity that we have left on GRVI is if we can hold 588 support. But right now, that's a pretty nasty candle. So again, let's just see if we can actually not gap up, but let's see if we can, open where we halted and start to see a nice little pop to where you can get out at maybe like break even. FLGC. Halted up. Why is FLGC moving? Cannabis stock. Yesterday, joint ventures with Averia to bring K-Lay CBD pain relief cream to... Okay, cool, cool. So we have some news yesterday. We had some news Monday. Some momentum here. Thank you for the alert, Chris. 624 halt level. We were halted at 943.12. We're looking at 948.12. So we still have about 2 minutes to go here over on FLGC. FLGC is a 33 million float stock, but again, it's proven that it can definitely take on off here. PTE's coming off the watch list. There's our low float sleeper, guys. Low float sleeper, TAOP. TAOP getting some action. A little bit of that low float sleeper play we were talking about. Over $4, this one could definitely start ripping and running. TAOP, guys. Halt level on this play on TAOP is 406. 406 is the halt level here on TAOP. Again, we had some good news. A little bit of that low float sleeper starting to get some action right now. Let's see if this can stay above maybe like 360. Actually, we'll bring that down just, yep, right around like that 360, 362. Let's see if TAOP can stay above. I did. I'm known for, you know, calling out random stocks sometimes. I don't know why. Right now, we know our stocks. FLGC out of the halt, maybe a halt strategy. 948.13 will be live. Right now, all eyes on FLGC. We have bids at 613, so we actually look like we may gap down. We'll be live in 2 seconds, and boom. We're live. We didn't, nope, I'm not touching it. No, I'm messing with you. I know you called it out. I'm messing with you, Beth. I know it was you. FLGC, I'm not touching it because we actually did not gap up out of the halt. This one has room to fall. GRVI was halted at 940, and we're live. I try and get out at break even. I would have tried to just get out at break even on GRVI. Anything could happen. It's too risky. If it breaks over 640, watch for a nice big pop back up to 673. But right now, your support level is 588. You crack below 588, it'll probably sell off aggressively and may get halted to the downside here on GRVI. So just be careful with GRVI. It's a risky play right now. Now's a good time to go ahead and get out of your SPY puts, guys. Right? Why? Why is now a good time to get out of your SPY puts? Or at least lock in some. 5 minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, decreasing volume. You may see a 5 minute reversal on the SPY back up to VWAP, back up to the 90 MA, right around 439. So again, at least lock in a little bit just in case you see that 5 minute reversal. You're locking in some money on your puts. If the 1 minute closes back above the 90 EMA, that's a signal of a 5 minute reversal possibility. I'd go ahead and get back out. But if we start making new lows today, you still have room to the downside. So just keep both the 5 minute and the 1 minute on watch. And if you get confirmation of that reversal, go ahead and start locking in some of your money on those puts. So right now, TAOP had a nice little pop, about 40 cents or so, but right now, not doing too much. GRVI, It's easy to short with light speed, but it is risky because it could pop 640 and go on a big time move. So right now I'm sitting back on GRVI. I want to short it, but at the same time, I don't want to get caught up in a little bit of a nasty squeeze back above 640 here. Over 640, it probably will pop with some decent volume. FLGC back above the halt level. This one could definitely take on off. Kind of keeping this one on watch as well. How's SPRT doing? Is SPRT doing anything? No, not really. We'll still keep it on the back burner. INFI, slow and steady. BTBT, still kind of sitting back on that one, seeing if that one can get some action. FLGC struggling. I'm taking that one off the watch list. That was a little random pump. That one's just getting hit pretty hard right now. Right now, the number one stock that I'm watching is going to be GRVI. You know what? I'll risk like 60 bucks on this trade. So I'm curious to see if we do get that proper rejection for that next big leg down here on GRVI. Again, we had a nasty crack. We call that a three-legged pullback on decreased volume right into a level of resistance, right? The level of resistance was the halt level at 640. I'm in at 627. So my risk on the play will be about 13 cents. Starts to squeeze up. I'm just going to go ahead and get out of it. But right now I want to see if we get that next leg down to about 588 on GRVI. As a nice little bearish flag formation, right? Consolidating on light volume. Chop, 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 chop. See if we start to see that crack here. I'm out. 163.75. That was actually a pretty round number. GRVI, nice little short play there. Took it for about 20 cents, give or take. Up 363.53 on the day. Yeah, TLRY. I know you guys have been talking about TLRY. We have some cannabis stocks moving a little bit today. Here's the only problem. TLRY already hit resistance right around 1628, right at that 200 SMA. We have a lot of resistance at 1628. Why are we starting to see it fade and start to back down a little bit here? Because, again, you got a lot of resistance. Not just the 200 SMA, but the bounce on July 21st. Right around that 1628. TAOP, watch TAOP for the possible squeeze between the 90 EMA and the VWAP here. So I want you guys keeping TAOP on watch for the possible squeeze. If it cracks below 360... that would be the stop out on this play. That's when it would really start fading on off. But again, we have a nice leg up, consolidating underneath the VWAP, above the 90 EMA. We could definitely see a nice squeeze to get this bad boy going here on TAOP. Again, our low float sleeper play. Right now, I'm just kind of watching TAOP on the back burner. TAOP on the back burner for that possible little squeeze formation here. If it falls back below 360, probably not going to happen. So let's see what happens here over the next 1 minute here on TAOP. And it's going to storm today. Cole, how do you find the level that a stock will halt at? Some brokers, such as Lightspeed, will show an LULD, which stands for limit up, limit down. So if the stock drops to 329, it'll get halted. If this stock rips all the way to 402, it'll get halted. That's the LULD. Some brokers have it, some brokers don't. But Lightspeed shows the LULD, which is the circuit breaker halt due to volatility. And it's always changing, remember? It's a percentage. It's a percentage of the average movement over the last 5 minutes. right? So if the average movement of a stock is 50 cents over the last 5 minutes, your halt would be 50 cents, right? It'd be 10% of that 50 cents. It would be 5 cents. I don't know. It's like 10%. I'm gonna take TAOP long with a small size here. I'm just curious, right? Low float sleeper, starting to pop back above VWAP. I'm just gonna take a small teeny weeny size here on TAOP just to see if it starts moving on up. So you can see it's kind of fighting. It's trying. We get buyers over 380. We could see $4. I mean, you have the ask over 380. If we can just get buyers to step up a little bit here. See if buyers can start popping 380. Maybe a quick little pop up towards around $4 here on TAOP. Again, it's a riskier play. It's a very low float stock. Doesn't have the best of the best setup. But again, that low float, good news. It already tried to give it a go once. Here we go. And I'm out. I'm just going to scalp the market today, guys. Or I'm just scalping the market. I've been holding on to plays a little bit too long the last couple days. They've been working against me. So I made a quick 118.69. I'm up 482.22 on the day. Quick little scalp there on TAOP. That was our little low float sleeper play opportunity. Nice little trade there out of that squeeze formation. Who took that? Who was able to get TAOP before I got it? I got it high. I got it at 375. The entry was, boom, right around like that 370-ish mark, right before the squeeze happened. All right, that was a nice little 90 EMA VWAP squeeze there. Beautiful stuff. Nice, Dan. Go ahead and lock in half, Dan. Right, it's a low float play. It could crash hard, right? You're up 20-some cents a share. There you go. Nice trade. Good stuff. Small gain. Base hits, baby. Base hits. Heroic, small gain. There we go. 377 to 399. Hey, green's green. Green's green. That's 22 cents a share. If you had 1,000 shares at the play, you made 220 bucks. If you had 500 shares, you made 100 bucks. In what? Less than a minute? That's money, guys. Green is green. Lock into those base hits. Good stuff. Good work. Oh, we got profits chat. We got Pancake Shark. Oh, up 272 on the day. Let's go ahead and get those profits up in profits chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and start that momentum right now. Gonna go ahead and post up mine. I'm currently up 482.22 on the day. Feeling good, feeling great on this beautiful hump day after a couple days of break even. Definitely feeling good. How'd the SPY do for you guys? SPY hit target, right? Telling you guys to go ahead and lock in profits down here. You got about $1 off the SPY. Not a bad little way to start your day if you guys were taking some of those puts. Do we have anything that we're missing? NETE sitting our breakout scanner. NETE. Nothing going on there. TYHT. Getting some hype right into resistance, though, on TYHT. Tilray, BTBT, SEED. Halted right now. SEED. Arcadia Bioscience move higher in concert with Origin Architect. Okay. So right now we do have TAOP trying to get some action, guys. That was our low float sleeper pick of the day, and right now we're just getting stuffed right at resistance at 395. That's our 20 EMA, and that's a lot of prior resistance as well. But if we can break up over that level, your next target team over on TAOP would be right around like 434, up towards around 461. 479 the highs, and then possibly $5. So I do want to still keep TAOP on watch. I want to see if we can pick up a little bit more volume. I also want to see if GRVI can break back above that 640 halt level and start trading higher. It's very messy, it's very choppy right now, but you know, if we can re-break 640, we do have some opportunity there. SPRT, in my opinion, is dead. INFI is just very slow and steady. BTBT, got to get back over 750 on that play. Right now, the number one play that I mean, it's starting to slow down, guys, right? We saw some quick early morning pops. Foop, GRVI, TAOP, foop, right? We're seeing some quick little early morning pops. What have we been seeing the last couple days, though, team? Right? We've been seeing kind of the same thing. Early morning pops, very choppy and slow price action, right? So with that being said, now's the time to kind of maybe ease up on that size. Take a step back. Understand, like, all right, we're 30 minutes in. Last couple of days, what have we been seeing? What are market conditions? Starting to fade, starting to chop around a little bit. So just be mindful of that, right? Make sure you're waiting for the A+ setups. You're getting in, you're getting out, you're locking in your profits. Maybe take a step back on your size as well. Right now, your goal is capital preservation. It's retaining your profits. If you guys are up, it's all about holding on to those profits and not giving those profits back. The last thing you want to do is be up $200, $300, $600, right? And walk away $0. That's the last thing you want. Why is NETE still hitting too high? I mean, just very light volume NETE. No, thank you. Casey just killed it on INFI. Hoo, buddy, that's what I'm talking about. Absolutely rocking and rolling. Teach me your ways. You're over here killing it every single day consistently. Looking for a downtrend break on BTBT. We're going to run that downtrend off pre-market. So you have that little downtrend we popped above and then we're rejected. So that could definitely be the downtrend that we're looking at. Woo, Ryan. Oh my goodness. We got our biggest profit so far of the day, team. $1,500 on TAOP. That's what I'm talking about. And just like I told Jason, guess what? This is what the team's going to tell you to do. Use some of those profits and join the team, baby. Good stuff, Ryan. That's what I'm talking about. Great way to start your Wednesday. This beautiful hump day, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm talking about. Big time profits, big time trades. But now, team, sitting back. Sitting back. Starting to see some chop in the market, right? So right now, give me a second. I'm going to step out, go grab my water real quick. I have like 10 pills I got to take, so I'll be right back. So right now we're watching GRVI. So BTBT, where could we see the bounce? Where could we see this start to possibly reverse? Right above 695. Absolutely. So yeah, like DTB stands for downtrend break. UTC stands for uptrend crack. DT's downtrend, UT's uptrend. MCB is like mid candle breakout. So it's just a way for us to kind of tighten these things out. Instead of having to type in mid candle breakout, we could say like MCB, and that stands for like mid candle breakout. So anytime you guys have questions, if we type something up that says like DTB and you're confused, go ahead and just like what Trader Ned did, go ahead and just ask us, and we'll be more than happy to go ahead and clarify that for you. All right, so TAOP is the play. TAOP is getting some hype, getting some action. I want to keep this one on high watch right now, team. Go ahead and just run an uptrend on the play. All right, go ahead and grab yourself a fancy little uptrend. Go ahead and try and connect these lows up. Go ahead and connect those lows right there. And could we actually run this out to the left a little bit more and connect it? Yeah, I guess we could. So we got a decent little uptrend here. Supports $4. Supports $4 here on TAOP. So we know what we're looking at on TAOP. Stock went from 4 to 440. No pullback. Maybe a pullback to $4 and the trend line. That's where I'd like to make an entry here on TAOP. This one has room right now, the 460 next target. GRVI, we're keeping this one on watch if we can start trading back above $6.40. INFI, struggling here. BTBT. Again, we want to see this holding above that 695 level. If we can, maybe we get a nice little reversal. Right now, TAOP is my number one watch. And the rain comes. I love a good rainy day. Who doesn't like rain? I love rain. It's so peaceful. It's so relaxing. Makes you want to go take a nap. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm about $500 on the day. I'm going to go take a nap. Carlos, how far do you think AMC is going to go down? Well, that was a proper rejection. We're bearish right now on AMC. You can just tell by that chart. Look at the chart. Cracking below the 50, popping back up into the 20, higher low, right? What is this? That's like one big bearish flag. It looks like one big bearish flag. Our short-term EMA just crossed over our 50 SMA, right? That is a very bearish signal. As of Tuesday, we're starting to see that confirmation today. So with that being said, this should be a continuation move to the downside, right? Bear flag, continuation move to the downside. I would say that our next target here to the downside would be 31.22, right off those prior lows, and then down towards around $24 there on AMC. Anything below $24, you're looking back down towards around $20.58 there on AMC. But AMC is looking really bearish right now, in my opinion. You throw this up on like a 4-hour chart. Look at that. You even have a little bit of a 4-hour head and shoulders, right? So you see the daily chart, right? How you have that leg down, period of consolidation. You have your 20 crossing your 50. Looking really bearish right now based on those indicators setting up and kind of just based on this little curl, this little arch that we have, right? You kind of see a little bit of that bearish flag, that little consolidation. Then we go look at it on like a 4-hour chart. Look at that nice little head and shoulders formation, right? You can actually go ahead and put a neckline on the play. And you can see right here is we're really starting to test the neckline. We're actually slightly below it. We do have room down to $31.22 on AMC. And then we have room down to $24.08 on AMC after we crack below that $30 level. Right now, TAOP. Let's see if we get a nice little healthy pullback into $4. Maybe get a nice little entry there for a little bit of a reversal back on up. Right now, my number one watch is TAOP, guys. I live in Florida, Ryan. I live in Trinity, Florida. About 30 minutes north of Tampa. So I got my limit order fill at 401. I'm canceling out my $4 limit order fill. I got my first fill at 401 on TAOP on 625 shares. Only one fill. I'll risk 10 cents on the trade. I'm looking for this to bounce back up over 420 so I can lock in some profits. Looking for maybe, you know, maybe a 20-cent bounce on up to 420. Lock in half, bring stops to break even. Right now, I'll risk maybe like 390s. Lutz? Hey, Lutz. That's what I'm talking about. You're about 20-ish minutes away from me. Carlos, you the man? No, Carlos, you're the man. You showed up. You're taking the initiative. You're taking all of this value in. You're applying it, and you're seeing results. You're the man for showing up, my man. You're the man. Give yourself the props. If it wasn't for you showing up, right now we want to see this bounce off the 9. Really want to see it bounce off the 9. I may start locking in. I don't like the price action right here. I'm going to get out right now. I think it may crack a little bit. I think it may crack just a little bit here. I'm not sure. I'm not a huge fan of the price action right now. So again, I went ahead and just got out of TAOP because guess what? I can get back in if I really want to. But right now, I want to be a little bit more patient. We're still, you know, not quite to the trend line yet. I wanted to see a nice bounce. Never really got that 20 cents. So I'll go ahead and just get out and look for a re-entry here. Yeah, I'm glad I went ahead and got out there. I realized I had a little bit more room to the downside. So again, I could always look to get back in. Let's see how this candle closes. If this candle closes above the trend line, I'll go back and win with like a small 300 share position and look for a bigger move, right? Back up to like 440. So small size, bigger move, depending on how we look around the trend line. Again, I'm going to wait for this candle to close out now. Dang, Ryan's crushing it. Up $3,300 right now of TAOP. Hey, man, that's money right now. $3,300. What are you doing next, Ryan? You got to put yourself in the mindset of, okay, moving forward, I'm not going to put myself in a position to lose more than like $100 to $200, right? So if you take a trade and you take a $200 loss, $100 loss, you're still up $3,000 on the day, right? Do not put yourself in a position on your next 1 or 2 trades to lose more than 150, so you can at least still hold on to that $3,000 and not give anything back. Right? So your max risk, in my opinion, if I were you and I was up $3,000 on the day, I would be saying, okay, if I have another trade come up, I'm not risking more than 150. Right? If I get stopped out, that's fine. If I see another trade come on up, right, I'm not risking more than 150. If I get stopped out, I still have $3,000 on the day. I'm done. I walk away and I secure my $3,000 of profit. Depending on how this candle closes, we may have a trendline bounce play here on TAOP. Depending on how this candle closes, guys, we may have a nice little trendline play here on TAOP. Right now, I'm liking what we're seeing. But again, I got to wait for the candle to close. It could come flush out right below. If I miss it by about 10 cents, hey, it's fine. But I'm not going to get in prematurely. Volume looks good. Bouncing properly off the trend line. 10 seconds to go. Holding above $4 on the buyers, on the bid. Decent little volume pop off the trend line. I'm going to take a small little starter just to see if we bounce the trend line here. My stop's underneath the low. So I'm going to 390 stop. And again, I don't have a lot of size, guys. I only have 300 shares on the trade. I'm risking $30. I'm not risking $1,000. I'm not risking $2. I'm not risking $3. Why did I not take $2,000? 2,000 shares? Because I realized it could crack and start coming on down, and I just got stopped out. It wasn't a $3,000 loss. It wasn't a $300 loss. Right? It's a $30 loss because I realized it's a little risky. That's why I only went in with 300 shares. But again, it had potential to possibly pop back up to 440. What was my reward on the play? 120. It was a good 4-to-1 setup. It was worth the risk. All right, we got the reversal on BTBT. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. Higher high, higher low. So we're starting to see a little bit of this reversal play on out here on BTBT. Nah, Ryan, you don't owe me anything, man. Enjoy those profits. Enjoy those profits. Unless you say, hey, I owe you lunch at like Eddie V's. I won't pass you up on an Eddie V's steak lunch. No, I'm joking, man. Enjoy those profits. And yeah, just enjoy those profits, my man. Beth, take the lunch. Take the lunch. Right now, it's really starting to slow down, right? TAOP. Nice trade, right? I mean, we had the confirmation candle right here. We had volume increase, right? We held the trend line. We closed good above the VWAP. That was a good little trade right above $4. And look, we're seeing some good setups work against us, right? So right now, we got to be mindful that the market is still choppy. We saw GRVI go on a nice big spike. We saw TAOP going a nice big spike. But what are we seeing around 10 o'clock? Stock's starting to get a little choppy, a little messy. So be mindful of that. And that's exactly what I'm doing. Why did I take 300 shares of that trade? Because I realize we're in that choppy time of the day. We're definitely in that choppy time of the day. So right now I'm up 455 on the day. I'm up 455. Nothing crazy. Some small base hits. INFI still rocking and rolling. Pretty much hitting every single target that we had. 234, 247 on the penny. Right now at 258. Next target's 275 here. If we can break over the 260. Right? 260 strong. 260 is a strong level. But if we break over that, you have room for another about 15 cents here on INFI. GRVI is looking really, really bad here, team. I may be looking for some more shorts coming on up on GRVI. GRVI is looking very, very bearish here. Let's really fine-tune this. If GRVI really starts cracking below... I'm going to remove that 588. I'm going to bring it right into those wicks, right into those bodies. Spiking high, bounce, hold, bounce, spiking high. 575. We really start cracking below the 580s, 575 area. Maybe be looking to take this short back down towards around $5 here on GRVI. Right now, nothing though. Just kind of sitting back and being patient here. BTBT came right into this downtrend, so we're still in this really nice big downtrend here on BTBT. And honestly, can we connect our lows here? And look at that. Look at that. We even have some of our lows connecting. So we're in like a little bit of this channel. It's a very ugly channel, but it is in a little bit of this falling channel. Just kind of looking to see if we can ever break back above this downtrend. Maybe we have some opportunity to the upside here on BTBT, breaking this downtrend here. So right now it's between BTBT, possibly a break of the downtrend, or GRVI shorting this below 580. INFI, pull back to $2.47. Look for the next leg up. You do have an uptrend here on INFI. If you go ahead and just run your uptrend here. If we do not hold above 247, we start cracking. You could see a nice little third point bounce of this trend line back down towards around 240. That's a pretty good level, right? Previous highs right there, right around that 240 mark, 239. Right around the trend line. That would be a sweet spot for the next leg up to the 260. So definitely keep INFI on high watch here as well. INFI is a slow and steadier play as well, so it's something I can definitely, take some size on and really just, slow and steady to the upside. Maybe thinking about a 639 entry. We continue to pull back to this trend line right off that previous high, and we start to see a nice little bounce. Definitely think we could see a nice little third point trend line bounce play coming on up here on INFI. So that's kind of what I'm looking at right now. That's like really the only better setup we're seeing, right? We have a nice uptrend, pull back into the trend line, into the previous high as well. That would be really, really nice. That would be a really good setup. GRVI right now is just a chop fest, guys. TAOP, nothing happening there. Need to wait for BTBT to get back above the downtrend. Then we're bullish. Then we could look for a possible long entry. But as long as we're below this trend line, we are technically in, we're looking bearish. We're in this nice big downtrend. Right now, the only play that I see that I would like coming on up would be INFI if we can come down right into that 239, 240 mark. Maybe over the next 2 to 3 minutes. Stops on this play. A crack of the uptrend or 10 cents because I'm looking for 20 to 30. I'm looking for 20 to 30 cents. Ryan, pick my brain while I'm lunch or working lunch? Yeah, man. Yeah, if you insist on buying me lunch and you want to pick my brain, I'm down for that. Always up for networking and collaborating. Right now, I'm just sitting back and waiting for my INFI trade. I'll risk no more than 10 cents on the play. Looking for 20 to 30, but again, my entry's at 240. I want the entry at 240. I don't know if we'll get it. We're starting to bounce a little bit, but I'd like a 240 entry. So right now, what are you guys looking at inside of chat? What are you guys and girls looking at inside of chat? Let me know. Collaborate, exchange these ideas. Use this beautiful, amazing chat room to its full potential. Cole's watching INFI as well. Trader Ned still watching BTBT. BTBT. It's got to hold above that 695. Has to stay above 695. Got to break the trend line. Sam's watching DIDI, the Chinese play. DIDI, that's just been getting absolutely hammered. Coming into some resistance right now on DIDI as well. You're going to have a lot of resistance right there at 9, but a break over 9, you could see at the 10 there on DIDI. I'm going to watch that one with you as well. Right now, I'm watching INFI. Yeah, NAOV's trying to work its way back up a little bit. It has room to $2. Right now, you put your stops below 170. You have about 20 cents of upside potential there on NAOV to $2. I see a lot of support right there off that little hiccup level, right? Grind to the upside. Stall. Continuation move to the upside. We call those little hiccup levels. So again, we're seeing a lot of support right around that 244, 245. I may not get my 240, but if it does come down, looking for a quick initial bounce, lock in a little bit, and then look to see if I can ride the rest back up to 260. Right now, it is really trying to hold above that 245 here. NAOV, as long as it's holding above 175, you do have room back to 2. Stops have to be under that prior low, right around like 168. I got half of my fill at 242. I got half of my fill at 242 there on INFI. The other half is still sitting at 240. It may get canceled out here in a moment. I only got about, half of my position that I really wanted on INFI. If it wicks below, that's fine. Right into like that 239, I'm okay with that as long as we pop back up and close above the trend line. And right now, we're right there. So let's see if INFI is actually going to bounce and actually hold this trend line. It could wick down below momentarily, but let's see if and we're seeing the initial pop. Right, we're starting to see a little bit of bounce, which is telling me, okay, so traders are placing buy orders at the trend line. So I already see that some traders are taking the initiative and taking action, and they're buying at this level. We're starting to see it kind of pop, right? It's kind of just popping up a little bit here. Right now, we got to close back above the trend line. Right now, it's INFI, you get to let us down? A decent little setup here, right? Again, 2 separate reasons to take the trade. I guarantee if you run a Fibonacci retracement off this level as well, it puts you right about at a fib level. So again, it was a good 3 separate reason trade. But right now, it's just kind of struggling a little bit. Not a fan of it, guys. Not a fan. If I can get break even real quick, I'm going to try and see if I get a quick little bounce at break even to 241. Right now, I'm still holding on to my initial stop because it could definitely bounce here. I don't want to get prematurely stopped out, but if I do get stopped out, I'll put myself back into a break-even day, which is unfortunate. But if I can get break-even on this trade, I will definitely be looking to take an exit right at break-even. Let's see if it gets another little 2-cent pop here. Not liking it below the trend line. Maybe it pops back up and retests that 9 EMA, before selling on off. Yeah, let's get a two-legged pullback. Let's get a two-legged pop. Put me in like 241. I'll go ahead and get out of the trade. At 239, 240 on the ask. I'm in at 241. A lot of selling right there at 240. You got a lot of orders stacked. You know, sellers are definitely in control right now on INFI. You can tell. You can tell. There's a lot of sellers stacked at 240. You don't have enough bids. You don't have enough buyers to really get through that wall of sellers. Definitely thinking that we're going to see that leg down. So right now, still looking to see if we get the bounce. Maybe see if we can still hold above VWAP, hold above that pre-market high. Again, my plan was look for the 20 cents, 30 cents, risking 10. So I'm still holding on to this one a little bit. Looking to see if we do get that a nice little maybe pop here. I haven't averaged in yet, and I don't know if I will. But right now my stops are right below the VWAP. DIDI, yeah, DIDI is getting right above that $9 area. So now you want to see DIDI holding above that $9 mark, right? That's where you want to see DIDI holding above that $9 mark. You have room up to $10 here on DIDI. Right now, I'm just looking to see if I can get a pop back up over 240 to get out, maybe around break even on this this play. Right now, I don't really have a lot of hope for it. Right now, it's just it's struggling really, really bad here. DIDI again, as long as we're above $9, you do have a lot of room to 10. NAOV, still building these slightly higher lows. This one has room back up to 10. We want to keep GRVI on watch back above the $6.40 level. TAOP is dead. BTBT, higher low possible break of the downtrend. Keep BTBT on high watch here. Nice higher low intraday. Looking to possibly break the downtrend. You have room towards around $7.54 there. So old trend line support, new trend line resistance. So again, if we can just pop back up, retest the down or the uptrend that we cracked, that would be break even. Maybe I could even make a couple dollars on the trade. Got a lot of buyers at 240 here. A lot of buyers at 240. You had about 60K. That's the only reason I didn't sell. You had about 60K at 240. That showed strength from the buy side there momentarily. A lot of buyers at 240 still. I'm going to go ahead and lock in. Lock it up. Holding a little bit more. I'm holding 1,200 shares here. Holding 1,200 shares still, and I'm out. And I'm out for a break-even trade. So break even. So I'll take it. That's fine. Now we'll wait for a better setup. Maybe a double bottom, then the leg up. Right? Maybe a nice little double bottom, then get the leg up to 260. So the trend line didn't work. Got to break even on it. Now we're waiting for a better setup. Maybe a double bottom above 233. So basically what you're going to want to do there, Tanner, is come here to your main dashboard. Go ahead and add the level 2. So click your plus button right here. Add level 2. Right? And you're going to go here where it says show actions menu, and you're going to go ahead and detach. And then you can actually drag it anywhere you want on your screen. You can resize it. You can actually link it to your charts as well. So now you can actually link it to your charts like I have mine linked in blue. You can actually link your charts here in blue as well. So now everything's going to correlate on your level 2 for what you're looking at, and you can drag it and drop it anywhere you want. I want to see if BTBT is going to hold above this trend line now. Broke above. I want to see if this is going to be the retest of the trend line. One thing that we can go ahead and do as well is go ahead and run a trend line off the lows. All right, let's go ahead and remove that trend line right there. And right now we're just keeping these two levels on watch. DIDI might be forming a little bit of a head and shoulders here. All right, so let's keep DIDI on watch. Maybe a little bit of a head and shoulders reversal coming on up, back down towards around $8.60. INF could be a double bottom, right? Could also be a little bit of a bearish flag for the next leg down. INF is easy to short, so it doesn't really matter to me if I go long or short on this play. I'm just waiting for the setup to confirm for a possible entry, whether it's long for the leg up to 260 or maybe it's short back down towards around 224 here. I mean, it's the leg down. We're getting rejected by the 9 EMA. It could definitely have that continuation move to the downside. I'm waiting for this candle to close out to see exactly which way traders want to take this. Are sellers in control or buyers in control? I'm just looking at the level 2, trying to get an idea of who I think's in control, sellers or buyers. And then again, it's easy to short here on light speed, so I am looking for a possible trade coming on up, whether it's long or short here on INF. Back below the trend line on BTBT. NAOV, tried VWAP again, getting rejected. If you're in that trade, I would go ahead and just walk away from it. That trade's not looking good at all right now on NAOV. So I'm going to start a short position here on INF. That was a proper little rejection. Basically, I'm looking for the candle to come down below 233, and that's really going to start making this a profitable trade. Could it still double bottom and pop over 240? Absolutely. I'm risking 4 cents on the trade. But I do like the price action, and it does look like a decent little short opportunity, and I can see that sellers are in control. You have 100,000 shares looking to be sold at 235. You have 2,000 shares looking to be bought. Who's in control right now? All right, who's in control? You got a lot of selling pressure right now. Again, could it shift? Yeah, it could shift. Anything can happen in the stock market, but from my opinion, definitely looks like, you know, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure here on INF. Right now, it's looking like a possible double bottom back above 240. Yeah, probably going to start double bottom and a nice little pop here coming on up on INF. TYHT. TYHT shows Jennifer Zahn named CEO on the 16th. No news, no news, no news. It's a technical double bottom, right? It's a nice little technical bounce here. Right into resistance at 630. Break 630 resistance. Your next target here on TYHT is going to be $7 and just call it 60 cents. Right now, if we look at support intraday, back off those prior highs of 577. But we are right into that wall of resistance here, right around that 625 on TYHT. Cannot short DIDI. I mean, beautiful head and shoulders on DIDI. Beautiful head and shoulders formation. I would definitely be looking to take a short here back down to 870, 867. Right now, it's 10:42 in the market, guys. It is 10:42. Right now, I mean, I'm not a big fan of anything, right? I'm really not a fan of much. I mean, I'm watching INFI. Nice little double bottom there. Has room back to 260. GRVI is just sitting sideways, not looking good. BTBT has opportunity to break 730 for that quick little pop up towards around like 750 to 753. But not a huge fan of it. I'm just not a huge fan of, you know, anything really right now. So right now, I'm just kind of sitting back on my hands, team. Right now, I'm just sitting back on my hands. So that trend line's being respected on the SPY. That trend line that we cracked, look at that. Look at that, guys. Boom. Right into the trend line, an immediate flush. So if you guys were here this morning and we said, hey, draw the trend line on the SPY, watch for the crack of the trend line for those puts, look at that. That was another great put entry right there off the rejection and the retest of old trend line support, new trend line resistance. Now we should see a nice big leg down here on the SPY. We're looking at a 436 target. We do have room down to 436 once we crack below 438. Looking like we're going to start cracking on down on DIDI. We might have a new little uptrend here on INFI right here. New little uptrend right there. I had a trend line initially drawn right there, and that trend line is being respected, but now we have this little uptrend. And what kind of pattern do we see on INFI, team? What kind of pattern are we starting to see form here on INFI? A little bit of this head and shoulders formation, right? A little bit of this big head and shoulders. So right now, Let's just keep this one on watch and see if it may hold the trend line. But if it starts cracking, I mean, INFI is shortable. So I'm still sitting back on INFI, looking to see if I can get one more trade in before lunch. Right now, the number one play, in my opinion, is going to be INFI. So we are technically below the trend line now. But I'm going to see if this candle regains, because how many times have we seen a slight crack and then floop right back above and then it grinds higher? So I'm going to wait to see how we close out over the next maybe 30 seconds or so. We may have a small account trade coming on up over lunch. If this one cracks out of the head and shoulders and it continues to come down, we have support at 224. Maybe get a nice little downtrend break right around like 11:15-ish. And maybe we get some nice, 11 o'clock action back up towards around that 260 mark here on INFI. So we have a couple trades coming on up. Maybe we have a head and shoulders entry, right? Nice little short potential. But again, if we continue to crack on INFI, right? We crack this trend line, we can continue to downtrend here, and maybe we get a nice little setup like this, right? Maybe we can go in for that 4th point break of the downtrend for that nice, slow, steady move, whoop, back up to those prior highs over on INFI. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. Worst case scenario, if we do crack, we start moving on down, maybe a nice little downtrend break setup around, what, 11:15-ish? But if we hold on up, maybe we get that break now to the upside. So either way, we have some good opportunity here on INFI. It's really just about being patient and waiting for this to set up. I like the rejection candle. I'm going to go ahead and start to short INFI here. I'm going to go ahead and start a short here on INFI. Back above the trend line, I'm out. And right now I can see my trend line's probably right around there. Right around that 9 EMA. And I'm thinking about shorting this all the way down to around like 224. Or like 224-ish. Just put in a little bit of this lower low. So, I mean, we are looking like we can definitely downtrend a little bit here. Down into the 225 level. Could also be trying to hold up one big bottom right around 234. So, it's just trying to see if we get a candle closure below that level here. But right now, we have a lot of volume moving in here on INFI. I like the crack. I like the retest. But again, we've been seeing a lot of really good setups not really playing out lately. Right? I mean, that's a textbook. Textbook. Head and shoulders formation, right? Come on now. Shoulder, head, shoulder. Crack of the neckline. Wait for the retest. I did. Looking for the leg down. And then wham. Now it just wants to shoot right back on up. I mean, that's a go-to setup. I'm not upset with that trade at all. I'm not upset with that trade whatsoever. I waited for the confirmation. I waited for the candle to come back up and retest, and I took my short. But right now, market's just a little unpredictable. And I'm looking to see if we get just a slight little pullback again. Unfortunately, but trying to put myself back into a break-even trade position over on INF. Right now, we're starting to see a little bit of a crack. Here we go. Taking a little bit of heat on the trade, but now we're starting to see a little bit of this crack on down. Let's see if it comes back down to like maybe 234. But right now, it's still technically looking good to the upside. Looking to see if we close below 240 here. I'm giving it another maybe 15 seconds or so. If we can crack below 240 a little bit. We can see buyers are still struggling a little bit, but then out of nowhere, boom! Get a nice little pop in volume. It starts ripping on up a little bit. All right, let's see if we can start to crack down a little bit here. Still going to work with it. Still going to be a little patient. Looking to see if we can start cracking below that 240 level. Back down to maybe like 232. Now we have a lot of red coming on that time in sales. About 10 seconds left. Let's see if we can continue down just a little bit more. Maybe another like 5 cents or so to the downside. $237. Here we go. Slow and steady. Fingers on the trigger just in case I see a shift. I am going to get out of it. Right now, I'm just looking to see if we can start cracking below that 236 order. Here we're cracking below that 236 order. He's at 18 now. He was at 24.14 now. Still holding up at 14. I'm just going to go ahead and exit that trade at break even. Alexander, what about GRVI? It's getting back to the, nah. It just, now it's flushing out hard. So the market's still the same, team. Market's still choppy. Market's still, again, very, very choppy, right? I mean, again, we had a really nice textbook head and shoulders formation. Unfortunately, didn't work out. Not every trade's going to work on out. Now it's just kind of chopping around sideways, right? We go look at TYHT. It had some great potential. Now it's cracking and fading. NAOV, right? Keeps trying to give it a go. But it's very, very choppy. DIDI, a little bit of that head and shoulders crack. Again, it's looking like it's going to try and pop back up the 9. INFI, this stock is just a little all over the place right now. Just kind of sitting sideways. GRVI, a little bit of a fake out here. Why would I never taken that trade? Look at all those bars across the top. Look at all those rejection candles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom, 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 boom. Right at 640. Right? That was never a confirmation for a break back above 640. Reject, 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 reject. And then boom. Flushed on out. Again, we're not seeing a healthy market again. We're not seeing a healthy market. We're seeing a very choppy, kind of all over the place, unpredictable, uncertain market. Still at this point in time, the only stock that I would recommend watching is going to be INF. So right now we have support. What I see, support if we continue them, if we do move back down, 224. But right now we are really fighting to stay above that 235, right? We're definitely fighting to stay above 235. So that's great support. Right now, we could see it start to slowly grind back up to 260. So right now, Beth hit me with a good lesson topic. But as always, I love to have you guys recommend a topic, right? You already know why. So again, trading lesson, topic for the day, and go. If you guys have any ideas, any recommendations on a trade lesson topic, please let me know. Comment below. YouTubers, comment as well. All right? If nothing comes in the next 5 minutes, we're going to go ahead and dive into a how to trade in pre-market. Right? Again, it's, you guys probably know, yeah, you buy and you sell. But there is a way that I like to set up my order entry to get in and get out quick to where it kind of replicates a market order, right? We know that pre-market can be risky. Newer traders don't like trading in pre-market because it's limit order only. If the trade starts working against you, you got to type in the amount, try and sell it. What if you're tripped on your order and it's down another 10 cents? Then you go ahead and redo it again. All right, now I'm going to sell here. Sell, and it trips your order. You want to get out right away. And by the time you're able to get out, maybe it's 20, 30, 40 cents and you just can't get out. How many times does that happen? It's happened to me before. So I found a strategy. I found a technique on how I'm actually able to limit in and limit out, and it simulates or it replicates a market order. So if I need to get out of a trade, boom, I'm getting out. If I need to get in a trade, boom, I'm getting in, and my orders are not getting tripped. My order's not getting skipped. And there are no stops in pre-market. It's all mental, right? It's all mental. There are no stops in pre-market. Linda talking about the VWAP. Casey saying, do the pre-market trading lesson. And again, it really depends on your broker as well. I know with TD Ameritrade, I never done it with TD Ameritrade. I don't know if it's possible. We can check it out and see, but TD's a little funky with the order entries. And I guess you could, but it, you know, it's just a little, it's a little challenging. Webull, I know Webull, it's a possibility. And we'll actually do that lesson on Webull, right? Because I know a lot more traders are using like brokers like Webull versus Lightspeed. So we'll actually tailor this lesson around Webull, and it'll basically be what I do with Lightspeed. TradeStation, you can? Okay, cool. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, if your broker is kind of like Lightspeed or Webull, it's a possibility. But with TD Ameritrade, there's your own way to do it, right? But still, you can get tripped, right? You have a, you go in here to your configuration and you go sell the bid, and you want to buy the ask. You add those, right? That's how I used to trade in pre-market, right? So I'm looking. And if I want to get in right away, I would buy the ask. Boom, I'm filled. If I want to get out, I would sell the bid. But TD's slow sometimes, right? TD can be slow. So even if I go sell the bid, by the time my order even shows up, the price can be even lower. So then I got to go here and cancel, and then sell the bid. Cancel, sell the bid until my order's filled. It's not guaranteed. I could still get tripped, still get tripped on TD Ameritrade, right? Even using the active trader. Sell the bid, and you're not getting filled, and the price moves lower. You got to cancel, right? Wait for TD to cancel the order. Sometimes it takes a couple seconds. Come back in, resell the bid. Hopefully you get filled, right? But if the stock is moving fast to the downside, maybe you don't even get out, right? Maybe you can't get out. So that's the thing, guys. There's a technique on how to properly get in and get out in pre-market to pretty much guarantee that you're in and out, just like a market order, guys. And I've only been doing this for 2 years. So the first 4 years, I did not know this. I was not doing this, right? Only from about 2 years ago have I actually started to implement this technique. And I tell you what, I'm getting in and out when I want to get in and out in pre-market. So right now with the market being a little slow, the market being just a little bit on the, every time I hit record on my OBS, my little power bank. So maybe my computer, I need a new computer, guys. I think I need a new computer. Using too much energy. So today, we're going to go ahead and talk. It is a very quick lesson, but it's an important lesson. I know a lot of newer traders struggle with trading in pre-market. You need a new power bank. It's brand new, baby. It's brand new. It's only about 30 to 60 days old. Brand spanking new. So maybe I do. I don't know. We'll have to check. But anytime I hit start recording on my computer, I hear it beep every now and then. Not enough juice. My house needs rewired. It needs rewired. So, again, today it's a quick lesson, maybe like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And again, just talking about buying and selling in pre-market, right? We all know we cannot use market orders in pre-market. We know that we cannot use stop losses in pre-market. They have to be limit order in, limit order out. It's all manual. No, stop buy market orders, stop buy limit orders to get filled, right? You have to mainly limit in, limit out, right? So again, that can be risky for new traders because again, I can't put a stop loss in. I have to sit here and manage my trade. I can't set a stop and walk away. Or I feel that there's a risk with, let's say I'm buying at $2.50, and what if it just starts dumping? How am I going to get out? I can't market order out, right? I'm going to have to go like here and go sell the bid. 249, but what if it goes to 248, 247, you're not filled? You got to cancel. You got to sell the bid again, and it's still dropping, and you're not getting filled. You're not getting filled, right? By the time you get filled, it's down another 20 cents. Let's say you had 1,000 shares. The simple fact that you could not get out of that trade, you just lost, hypothetically, $200, more than what you intended because you can't get out with a market order, right? And some of these brokers are too darn slow to sell the bid and have that fill immediately. So how can you guys get in and get out fast? How can you replicate a market order in pre-market? You're like, I can replicate a market order in pre-market? Teach me your ways, Josh. Well, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys what I do in pre-market and how it's beneficial and how I'm replicating market orders to where when I get in, I'm getting in. When I get out, I'm getting out. And I'm going to show you guys that. And we're going to use Webull as our example. Okay, so we're going to use Webull as our example here. I'm going to go ahead and rearrange my my stuff real quick. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to just get this heat map out of the way. So I'm going to kind of just shrink this and I'm going to drag it on down. I'm going to use Webull because I know not a lot of traders are using Lightspeed or Centerpoint Securities, more of these advanced, simplified brokers. I know a lot of you guys are using brokers like TradeStation, right? Webull, TD Ameritrade. Again, it's kind of tough with TD Ameritrade. It's not as easy. It's not as clean. You don't have the customization and the layout functionality with TD that you have with, say, Webull. But the nice thing with TD is you have your active ladder, which is a nice add-on. I love the ladder system, and I think you may actually have a ladder with Webull, but it's not as good. But long story short, the example is going to be with Webull because I know the vast majority of traders, newer traders coming into the market, this is their broker of choice. So first things first, if you're in pre-market and you have your own customized layout, okay, the first thing you need to do is have 2 order entry boxes. You need to have 2 of these right here. You got to have 2, okay? So we're going to go ahead. We're going to add another order entry. So we're going to go up here to widgets. We're going to come here into trade, and we're going to go in here and do an order entry. No, it's not an order entry. Is it an classic trade? Classic trade. Yes, we're going to add classic trade. Right? So we're going to remove the order entry. We're going to shut down the widget. So I want you guys to have 2 of these. All right? You're going to have 2 up in pre-market. All right? And we're going to go ahead and link these together to make it easy. Let's go ahead and link these as blue. So boom. AZRX for the example. So one's going to be buy and one's going to be sell. So let's say you're looking to take this trade on AZRX. Right? And let's say you already know that you're going to buy 1,000 shares. 1,000 shares. Okay? So this is how you start. You're looking at possibly trading AZRX. You have 1 order box as a buy. You have 1 order box as a sell. You already know that you're going to probably trade around 1,000 shares. So you have 1,000 shares in your quantity box for buy. You have 1,000 shares in your quantity box for sell. Obviously, it's a limit, right? So limit. Okay, now you're going to come down here and you're going to set it to, yes, it's extended hours. So make sure that's all set, locked in, ready to go. So here's what you're going to do. So the price right now is at 56 cents. So here, I'm going to put the buy at 0.66, right? And I'm going to set my sell 10 cents lower at 0.46. So if I go buy, limit 1,000 shares at 0.66, it's not going to fill me at 0.66. Where's it going to fill me? Very, very, very close to the current ask. Again, when you buy in pre-market via limit, what are you doing? You're buying the ask, right? You want to get filled. You want to buy the ask because someone's willing to sell to you right then and there. You want to buy the ask. You're going to get filled. So by setting your limit price, say in this example, 10 cents higher than the current ask, when you go click buy, you're not getting filled 10 cents higher. You're going to get filled at the best ask price at that point in time. Whatever the best price is, right at that ask, you're going to get filled. So boom, buy. You just got filled at 56 cents, maybe 57 cents, but you're in. Now let's say your stop loss is 54 cents, 52 cents, 53 cents, right? You want to go ahead and put your limit. Let's just say you want to even give it enough room just in case it really starts up in 0.35, right? 0.35. So if you go to sell the limit at 0.35, you're not getting filled at 0.35. You're going to get filled at the current bid, right? So if the stock's dumping, you don't have to go here and type in the limit order. Oh shit, it's dumping. It's at 52.51. Okay, and sell. Oh man, it's at 0.50 cents. Shit. Okay, 0.49. Sell. Ah, it's at 48 cents. 0.45. Get out. Oh man, I wanted to get out at 52 cents. I got out at 45 cents. I just lost an extra X amount of dollars. My goodness, that moved so quick. It moves so fast. I hate trading in pre-market. I'm never doing this again. It's not going to happen now, right? Because guess what? You're prepared. You have your order entry boxes up and running. You have your buys and your sells. So guess what? The stock starts cracking. It starts crashing. 54, 53, 52, right? The fact that you have a sell limit order in at 35 cents, guess what? You're going to click sell. It's going to send your order 35, but guess what it's going to do? It's not going to fill you at 35. It's not going to fill you at 40. It's going to fill you right at the bid, right? If the bid's at 52 when you click it and it shifts to 51 really quick, guess where you're getting filled? 51 cents, right? Let's say it goes from 52 to 50 like that, and by the time you click the order, it's down 2 cents. Guess what? You're getting filled. You're getting out, right? You're not having to sit there and retype it and then try and sell it. Retype it, try and sell it. Retype it, try and sell it. Stocks move quick in pre-market, guys. Stocks move very, very fast. Stocks rip and run in pre-market. So how can you get in and get out very, very quick? How can you get in and out as like you get in and out intraday with market orders? You're basically simulating, you're replicating a market order. You're just giving yourself a big spread, way below the bid, way above the ask. So when you go buy and sell, you're getting filled right by the bid and the ask. You're getting in, getting out, getting in, getting out, and you're replicating a market order, right? So it's that simple, it's that easy. 2 order entry boxes, one for buy, one for sell. They're both limits. You put your quantity in, right? Switch it to extended hours. Make sure you have extended hours on both. One's going to be buy, one's going to be sell. And you're going to give yourself a natural spread. You're going to create a spread on your limit price. So again, you can go $1, you can go $100, right? You can go 10 cents. It doesn't matter, right? If you want to be safe, make the spread large. Make the spread large. Let's go look at a ticker like INFI. All right, so again, buy, sell, limit, quantity, we'll say 10, quantity 10. Extended hours, yes. Extended hours, yes, right? Current price, $2.45. If I'm going to buy, I'm going to go $4. If I want to sell, I'm going to go $1. And this is how my order entry box looks. Now I'm just waiting for the setup. I'm not changing anything because I already know I want to buy X amount of shares. And if I click buy right now at $4, I'm getting filled at $2.45. If I click sell at $1, I'm getting filled at $2.44. So I'm replicating, I'm simulating a market order in pre-market by creating a large spread high above the ask, very low below the bid. And when I buy and sell, I'm getting filled. I'm getting filled. I'm getting filled. And that's how I trade in pre-market. That's how I'm able to get in and out quick. And a lot of people are like, Josh, how did you get in that quick? How did you get out that quick? This is what I do. And I'm able to, again, replicate a market order. So guys, that was a lesson. Like I said, it was going to be a quick one. 10, 15 minutes, right? Really just breaking it down on how you can actually get in and get out in pre-market. So now you're never going to have that issue with, all right, let's say you only got one order entry box, right? So let's go ahead and remove that. All right, buy 10. I'm going to buy 246. All right, and buy. Oh shit, it's dumping 240. Okay, I got to go switch the sell. Okay, sell. Okay, where's the price at? 240. Okay, let's go 230. Oh shit, I fat fingered. Oh, now it's down another 10 cents. Okay, 240 and sell. Oh man, I didn't get filled. It's down at 238 now. Let's go 235. Oh, I fat fingered it. You guys know, like that's what happens, right? That's what happens. You're in a position it goes against you and you can't get out. You're freaking out sometimes. Like, and you're trying to be calm, cool, collected, but at the same time, you want to get out of the play. You just want to get out. It's working against you, right? You want to get out. You're going to eliminate that. You're going to be able to sit here and just be like, oh, it's going against me. Sell. Guess what? You're out of that position. There's no trying to figure out 235. Oh, I got tripped. Let's go 225. Because let's be honest, if the stock's working against you, you're not that calm. All right, well, I just got my order skipped at 225. Let's go 220. All right, sell. Oh, it got tripped again. It's at 219. Let's go you know, you're not that calm. No one's that calm. Cool collective. I'm sorry. You're not. All right. So again, how do you get rid of those emotions? How do you remove those emotions from the table? Right? And all that. What's happening? Fast, crazy. Stocks rip and run. Just open up yourself 2 order entry boxes, 1 buy, 1 sell. Create a big natural spread on both sides. So when you buy and sell, you're getting filled at the current bid and the ask. And again, you're replicating a market order. So that's how I do it, guys. That was our little bit of a lesson for the day. Again, I've had a lot of questions on how do you trade pre-market? How do you get in and out quick? That's how I get in and out quick, guys. I'm replicating market orders by having 2 order entry boxes and creating a natural spread for myself. So I have no, oh, Casey, this is very smart. Yes, I try to think outside the box sometimes on how I can protect myself as a trader, right? And I had too many issues with that scenario, you know, that exaggerated scenario, right? That's how I used to be as a new trader. And I could not get out. I'm just like, fuck, how can I guarantee an in and out quick, fast, without getting tripped, without getting skipped on my order? Because let's be honest, guys, now, before TD was a good broker, I was paying commissions and fees. When I click sell, it would sell me. When I click buy, it'd buy me. Boom, 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 boom. Now that they went free commissions and fees, let's be honest, guys. How often do you get really bad fills? How often do you place a market order, and by the time your market order fills, you're down 10 cents from what you were trying to sell at? How many times have you clicked buy or sell, and your order just sits there? You're trying to buy 100 shares, and it's like 22, 5, 4, 80. And it's like, why did it fill in 5 different little orders? How come it was 100 shares? Why did it take 5 seconds and 5 different 5 different attempts to get that whole one order? Guys, after these mainstream brokers went free commissions and fees, their fills suck. Their fills are garbage. You know, the delay from sending the order to hitting the exchange to getting filled, it used to be instantaneous. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Now I've seen upwards of 10 to 15 seconds. 10 to 15 seconds, guys, we're day trading. It's too long. That it takes for an order to get filled, to get in, get out. Because again, they say they're a direct access broker. TD says they're direct access, right? You have direct access to the exchanges, to the makers, to the market makers. I guarantee, guys, it's payment for order flow. Guarantee it's payment for order flow. There's no reason that the fills are so bad now. TD Ameritrade. I remember this from a couple years back. TD Ameritrade cut 23% of their yearly revenue. They just basically blew it off the table. It's gone when they went free commissions and fees. 22%, 23% of their annual revenue, millions of dollars, was from commissions and fees. So now they're not doing commissions and fees. It's free. So where are they making up that 23%? TD's not just saying, we love our clients so much. We love you guys. We're just going to go ahead and lose millions of dollars a year. We're going to just cut away 23% of our yearly revenue because we love you guys so much, right? We love you. We want to help you. And we're just going to wash away, piss away millions of dollars. Come on. No, right? They want to bring new traders onto their platform. Everybody else is doing free commissions and fees. So they're going to have to do something similar to continue to build their business, to bring on new clients. So what is everybody doing? Payment for order flow, right? So you do not have direct access to the broker or to the exchanges. Lightspeed, I'm directly tapped into the exchanges, if you want to think of it simplified like that. When I click buy, I'm going right to the exchange and I'm getting filled. When I click sell, I'm going right to the exchange, I'm getting filled. Payment for order flow, to keep it simple, is your orders being routed through your broker. So instead of you going from you to exchange, it's you, TD, exchange. So your order goes through TD, and then they're going to send that order to the market maker, to the exchange. That's going to give them the biggest rebate for providing liquidity. All right? If you guys don't believe me, that's a thing. You can actually get rebates by providing liquidity to certain market makers. Check it up. Check it out. It's a real thing. So payment for order flow is basically TD taking the order and then basically giving it to the market maker that's going to give them the biggest rebate. So again, let's say you're trying to get filled at 5. Let's say I click sell $5 on Lightspeed. I'm getting filled at $5. All right? Direct market access. Boom, my order's going right to the market. Now let's say I'm using TD. Sell at $5. TD's gonna go, all right, we got a buyer out here, $4.90. $4.90. Can I get a $4.91? Can I get a $4.92? Sold! $4.90 to Amex. All right, guess what? They're going to deliver you a fill of $4.90. You see that, you tried to sell at 5, you got filled at $4.90. You could have been filled at 5, right? That was the actual value. They could have routed your order and you could have been filled at 5. But instead, guess what? Your fill was at $4.90. TD Ameritrade keeps 5 cents. Amex keeps 5 cents. Amex gets paid for accepting the order. They collect a little bit, and TD Ameritrade gets paid because they actually routed your order to Amex instead of just clicking sell and it going right to the best fill, the best market maker, to make sure I'm getting out right away. So that's how kind of payment for order flow works, to kind of dumb it down, right? I have to really dumb things down for me a lot. And that's how payment for order flow works. And that's what all these mainstream brokers did when they went free commissions and fees. So don't let them trick you. If you want to read through the hundreds of pages of terms and conditions on TD, I guarantee it says they do payment for order flow. And it would make sense because once they did free commissions and fees, their fills are absolute garbage. Garbage. All right? So that's how payment for order flow works. That's the difference between brokers that do payment for order flow, TD, Webull, Robinhood. Mainstream brokers are all mainly that do free commissions and fees. It's payment for order flow. You've even seen the IKBR commercials, interactive brokers. Do you know what payment for order flow is? Blah, 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 blah. But if you pay us a little bit more money, we'll give you direct market access. They're basically saying, hey, on our free commissions and fee plan, we do payment for order flow. Your fills are going to suck. But hey, if you pay us some commissions and fees, we'll actually route your order to the best market maker for better. You've seen the commercial. They're basically saying, hey, we do payment for order flow, but hey, if you pay us, we won't. So everybody that does free commissions and fees, right? It's payment for order flow. That's how they're making their money back. Because TD Ameritrade doesn't like everybody that much to just wipe away millions of dollars off their bottom line at the end of every year. Makes no sense at all. Right? So that's the difference between direct market access, payment for order flow, who does it, who doesn't do it, right? The impacts that payment for order flow can have on you as a day trader. Think about it this way. Let's say you're a beast, you're an animal, and you're doing 10,000 share trades, and you're using TD Ameritrade, and on average you have 5 cents of slippage. 10,000 shares, and you're using TD, and you get 5 cents of slippage. That's $500, guys. Let's say you do that over 10 trades. Guess what? And just slippage alone, that's $5,000, right? And just slippage alone because of the very nasty poor fills. Could you day trade on TD? Yeah. Could you execute 10,000 share orders? Yeah. But at the end of the day, the slippage is going to be so horrendous that it's going to build up over time. Or you can go to a broker like Lightspeed. You can pay 0.0035 a share. You can pay $150 a month for the platform, and you're still coming out on top. You're still coming out on top, and you're still saving yourself a lot of money, avoiding the slippage, all right? And the other part of this lesson, the main part of the lesson, was how to enter and exit in pre-market via limit order, but to replicate a market order. So do we have any questions, comments, or concerns? Squeeze the cheese, yes. So go to settings, change it to real time from 3 seconds. That's for your data. That has nothing to do with your fills, right? That has nothing to do with your fills, right? TD Ameritrade, it's payment for order flow. They're going to route your order to the best market maker, and they're going to give you the shitty fill, and they're going to collect the difference. That's how payment for order flow works. Changing the settings is not going to change how good the fills are. That's going to change how fast your quotes come in. Gonzo. You cracked me up. DW Fisher, I'm a couple of weeks in, so forgive me. No, don't ever, no, you're okay. Ask a million questions. This is what we're here for. What platform are you teaching from? DW Fisher, platform as far as like what's on my live stream, like what platform, what broker am I using to teach from? Or are you talking about the website, right? The website where we have the live stream, where we have the chat room, that platform. Damn, I spoke too fast. So 1 is broker, 2 is like my platform, like Alpha Day Trading, right? So 1 or 2, DW Fisher. I'm sorry, I talked too fast and now I'm confused. Trader Ned, do I trade options on Lightspeed? I do not. 2, this is my platform. DW Fisher, this is my platform. I built this from the ground up. I've hired many developers to come in to customize this, to make it tailored for day traders. So this is actually my platform that, again, I built from the ground up. It's all alphadaytrading.com. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I own the rights, I own the code, I own everything. So if I wanted to take this platform and rebrand it and white label it and sell it for other communities, I could do that. But again, Alpha Day Trading has something unique. Why give it to everybody else? Give them an easy way in? Nah, let them go through the hard work like I did. Let them go through the hard work like some other mentors out there did that have actually developed their own websites and their own communities and their own platforms. So I've thought about it, to take this, to white label it, to sell it as a trading platform package for anybody, right? Like a Discord alternative, but what's the point? What's the point? You know, this right here was not everybody's going to take the time and the money to do something like this. Absolutely. And thank you for being here, DW Fisher. We love having you. But again, Trader Dad, do you trade options on Lightspeed? I do not trade options on Lightspeed. Lightspeed, their Lightspeed platform, right, that I use is really good for just day trading stocks, equities, shares, in and out, in and out. They actually do have an option platform, right? So you can actually sign up and get access to their options platform, which is going to be tailored for options traders. Lightspeed, the platform that I use, is not tailored for options. You can trade options, but it's not very nice. It's not very good. You'd actually need to get set up with their options platform and run both the option platform and the Lightspeed platform. And if anybody ever wants to sign up with Lightspeed, we have a partnership with Lightspeed. So as you're going through the application process, it's going to say, who have you worked with? Who's your representative with Lightspeed? You're going to select Rob Livingston. All right. And then it's going to say, do you have a promotional code? And you're going to use code ALPHA, capital ALPHA. That's going to give you some pretty nice incentives. That's going to give you some lower commissions and fees, all that good stuff through our partnership with Lightspeed. So make sure you take advantage of that. You're only saving money in commissions and fees and platform fees by using our partnership code. Sam, can you short on a cash account? You cannot short on a cash account. You have to have a margin account to actually short. Gonzo, work called and I missed out. I assume you're wrapping up a lesson. Yes, our lesson today was on how to properly buy and sell in pre-market and how to replicate market orders with limit orders in pre-market. And my kind of strategy and my way of doing that for my pre-market trading, absolutely, I'll get that edited and absolutely I'll get that uploaded inside of the video lessons library this afternoon for you. So right now, one last scan before we go to lunch. Anything going on with TYHT? Nothing currently going on with TYHT. Do we have anything going on with NAOV? Very choppy play, guys. Again, we're coming into lunch on a very choppy day. DIDI was a beautiful short out of the head and shoulders. It came right into our target, right into VWAP. That was a very nice short there on DIDI. If you guys were able to short that one. GRVI, she's gone. She's goner. BTBT, now we're starting to see some hype. Now we're starting to see a little bit of action here. So again, but we are coming into lunch. The hardest time to trade. It's the slowest time of the day. Right? We'll see if we have anything this afternoon during our Power Hour commentary. Yeah, I mean, there's plays moving up, team, right? There are things moving. There's things moving on up. But what do we already know about this week? It's choppy. It's slow. It's inconsistent. It's unpredictable. We already know these things. Monday, Tuesday, and so far today. What else do we know? Early morning spikes, a lot of fades. Early morning spikes, a lot of fades. What do we see in the day? Early morning spike, stocks fading, becoming choppy. Now, we have had a couple stocks move a little bit around 130, right, in the day, right? We had BTBT on Monday. Yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it INTZ that was moving? Wasn't it INTZ that was moving in today yesterday? No, that was around that 1 o'clock, that 12:30, 1 o'clock. We were getting some action, and then it faded. We also had SGOC yesterday. SGOC was a little bit of a mover yesterday, last night, right at the end of the day as well. But again, that's what we've been seeing. Early morning spikes, fading, getting some action on some plays, later lunch, 12:30, 1 o'clock, right? So again, be smart, be safe, understand the market that you're in. We already know the market we're in. Very choppy, inconsistent, right? Early morning spike, a lot of chop, fade, right? DIDI, nice big spike, some chop, fade. Yeah, it's still grinding on up here. It's trying. It's above 9. We'll see if it can stay above $9. INFI, nice big run, chop. BTBT, quick little pop, a lot of chop. So again, guys, just be mindful of the market conditions that we're in. Don't hunt for trades. Don't force trades. Wait for these trades to come to you. Wait for these A-plus setups to present themselves to you. And if that happens, execute, make some money. Manage your risk. But don't go hunting for a trade. Because when you go hunting for a trade, you're only putting in yourself for a world of hurt, for unnecessary loss. Never go looking for a trade. Let the trade come to you. All right, team. So again, it's 11:30 in the market. We do have 30 minutes until we technically wrap up our morning commentary session. However, it is very slow. There's not a lot to commentate on. So what we'll go ahead and do is we'll open the floor for a little bit of a Q&A session. All right? Tickers you want analyzed, long-term stuff, swing trades, questions, comments, concerns. We will spend this time and we'll make sure we're not wasting our time. And we're making sure that we're spending every single moment of our time the right way. So again, Q&A session. If I don't get a lot of questions, we'll go ahead and dive into lunch. Carlos, what is an A-plus setup? So an A-plus setup is a setup that has high probabilities of working in your favor, low probabilities of going against you, right? We call these A-plus setups. We call these 80-20 setups, right? So 80-20 setup, 80%, 20%. So an A-plus setup is an 80-20 setup. 80% reward, 20% risk. 80% of the time, the trade works in our favor. 20% of the time, the trade goes against us, right? We have higher probabilities. We have better odds in our favor of the trade going with us than going against us. Some trades are 50-50 trades. Some trades are 60-40. But we know that there are certain setups, when criteria is met to a T, that they have 80% probabilities of working in our favor, 20% probabilities of going against us. That's what we need to do, is wait for those A-plus setups, those 80-20 setups, because if we do that consistently and only trade those 80-20 A-plus setups, we will always make consistent money in the market when we apply proper risk management. Sam, watched your lesson on Thinkorswim reading level 2 last night. That is gold. That was a very old lesson as well. And I really give myself a hard time with those old lessons because, in my opinion, looking at me now and looking at me a year ago, oh my goodness, those lessons were horrible in my opinion. But you liked it. He says it's gold. You know what? I won't give myself too much of a hard time then. Well, I'm glad that it helped you on your win today. That is absolutely awesome. So I will no longer give myself a hard time on these old lessons. Watching BTBT, what levels should you be watching? Well, we know that we have resistance up around $8.15. Okay, so we already know that we have some resistance right around $8.15. Where is some other resistance at? Let's go ahead and throw this on a 2-minute. We had the open, we had that first spiking high, and we crashed. We just came up. So right here we can see that that's resistance. We have a pop, big U-shape, pop, maybe a little bit of a cup and handle formation here, guys, over on BTBT, right? We have high, big U-shape, back into the second high, looking to maybe form a higher low for that possible break up towards around 8.15 to 8.38. Somewhere in that window between 8.15 and 8.38 here on BTBT. Now, where can we gauge some support if this is our handle? Well, look at all this resistance. Look at all that prior resistance right there on BTBT, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attempts. We had some support, 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 resistance, 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 resistance. So with that being said, right now, the best level for this stock to hold above is $7.30. We break over 781, watch for the cup and handle break up towards around 815 to around 838. If we go ahead and run a Fibonacci retracement from this low point to the high point, we know that textbook cup and handles like to retrace 50%. What did we just do? We just retraced exactly 50%. So right now, yes, technically speaking, this stock is in play above 730. But for the cup and handle, above 743. So right now, if you're taking it for a cup and handle, your stops are at like 740, 739. If you have less size and you're looking at a big time move, you can put your stops below 730, and that's a good place. But right now, you have a possible cup and handle setup here on BTBT. JR, the different between Lightspeed and Center Point brokers. So if you're asking what's the difference between Lightspeed and Center Point, Lightspeed uses their own platform, right? So Lightspeed has their own developed trading platform. Centerpoint Securities will actually use, what is it called? I'm drawing a blank right now. The oldest, most used platform out there. Is it DI? What is that called? Hold on, let me look at it real quick. I have it in my computer somewhere. DAS. So Centerport Securities uses DAS, right? DAS. And they're better for shorts. They have more shorts than Lightspeed. But other than that, they're both the same. The reason I took Lightspeed is their platform is a little bit more up-to-date, a little bit more upscale. DAS is a little outdated. It's a little bit, it's a little old, right? It's outdated, but it's fast, it's efficient, it's good, it's simple. But I chose Lightspeed because I like their broker, I like their platform, and I just, between Centerpoint and between Lightspeed, I really just enjoyed Lightspeed. Now, Centerpoint has a lot more shorts. You can short a lot more on Centerpoint Securities, right? But Lightspeed, they still have a good amount of shorts. So, DW Fisher, what is resistance? Resistance is a level that traders see. So resistance is a price level that traders see as a hard time to get above, right? To really try to keep this simple. So if I say, hey, we have resistance at $7.80, it's because I see $7.80, it's been respected in the past, right? It's been respected. So when we say $7.80, that is a level in which traders may start selling and it may start to come back down. So for instance, let's do like a little representation, right? So we have resistance at 815. We had support at 743. So support is when traders place buy orders, right? So let's say that we have 100 traders in the market and 90 of those 100 traders say, hey, there's support at 743 for whatever reason, right? We're not going to really break down into the reasonings, but let's just say there's a lot of good reasonings that 743 is good support. The only reason 743 is support is because when the stock comes down to $7.43, traders create buy orders. They start buying, right? Which causes the stock to bounce, which establishes that level of support. It's basically just people like me and you buying at that area, which creates that support. We say, okay, we have resistance at 781. Now here's why. Right here, look how the stock shot up and then shot right back down, right at 781. Look how the stock shot up and shot right back down at 781. So if this stock, BTBT, goes to 781, what do you think other traders are thinking? My goodness, last time we came up, we sold off really, really hard at 781. We came up again 2 times. We sold off really, really hard at 781. So what are traders maybe thinking is going to happen at 781? And this is resistance, right? This is resistance. What do you think traders are preparing to do right around 781? They're preparing to sell, to sell, to sell, to sell. And you could have definitely seen that stock come up to 781. There's a lot of traders selling, and then boom, it comes back down. That is resistance. So support and resistance are levels in which traders buy and sell. And we get levels of support and resistance from past price action. How did we get 781 resistance? Intraday price action, right? Past, right? We're looking left. We're looking in the past, right? Stock goes up to 781, sells off. Stock comes up to 781, sells off. We have established 781 resistance. And the next time that the stock comes up to 781, traders may be prepared to sell at that level of resistance, which would cause the stock to come back down. I hope somebody took the cup and handle breakout on BTBT. I hope someone took the cup and handle breakout on BTBT. All right, we only nailed it. And right now we're getting halted to the upside on BTBT. Congratulations to the traders that took the BTBT cup and handle. I better see someone. Trader Ned said he was looking at BTBT. We mapped out those levels. Did you get it, Trader Ned? That was a beautiful move right there. Over $1 a share, halted to the upside. Up $100. Woo! That's what I'm talking about, Trader Ned. Up $100. That's money. Good stuff. Congratulations. I'm glad that you were able to bring that to my attention. We dissected it, giving you those levels, what we have coming on up. And then look at that, baby. Beautiful cup and handle. To a T, textbook. This is what we call an A+ setup. That is what you call an A+ setup. You had multiple reasons to get involved, and everything lined up to a T when it came to the criteria that needed to be met on BTBT for a solid cup and handle play. Ryan, my goodness, he's up another $1,900. Ryan, over on YouTube. The dude's made like 4 or 5 grand today. Let's go. That is absolutely awesome. Good stuff. Good work, guys. You over here making me look bad. Josh is up 444 on the day. We got 2 grand. We got 3 grand. We got 900. We got 500. You guys are rocking and rolling. So I do have a meeting at 12 o'clock with a member for our one-on-one session. All right, starts in about 19 minutes. So I will be off the mic doing our lesson, or not a lesson, our session here right around 12 o'clock. Yeah, Gonzo. It is easy, man. It will be easy, right? In the very beginning, you're probably confused. A lot of things don't make sense. And it can be a little intimidating, right? But the more that you're here, the more that you listen, the more that you ask questions, and the more I have the, again, I have all the time. I'm very thorough with how I break these things down. these things are going to start making sense a lot faster to where eventually, Gonzo, guess what? You're going to be like, man, this is easy. This is easy, right? Day one, I didn't know what I was doing. The first year in, I was still fucking up. 2 years into it, I was starting to get a little bit better, but I still thought it was hard. Guess what? I'm 6 years into it. Now I'm able to say it's easy, right? 6 years later, I'm able to say it's easy. So again, you show up every single day. You take that initiative. You're here. You listen. You observe, right? You watch the lessons. You're here for the lessons. You ask questions, right? You use me and abuse me. Like Trader Ned, yo, look at BTBT. What's going on? I'm able to give you guys a breakdown. Now you just learned what a cup and handle is. You guys learned what we need to see, the criteria. So next time you see a cup and handle, guess what? You're going to be able to analyze it and build a trade plan and execute. And guess what? It can be easy. So we do have Fibonacci lessons in the video lessons library. We've done quite a few Fibonacci lessons, and they are inside of the video lessons library. That video lessons library is here for a reason. It's here for you guys, right? There may be days that you can't be here for the lesson, but I try my best when I have that free time to edit these, to upload them. We have quite a few Fibonacci retracement and Fibonacci extension lessons inside of that video lessons library that's going to get you up to speed on what a fib is and how you can use a fib. So right now, to answer your question, Trader Ned, how can I find the halt times? 5 minutes, typically. So 5 minutes. So if you pull up your time in sales, you see that the last trade that went through was 11:39.25. Add 5 minutes. It's 11:44.25. So at 11:44.25, this stock should be live. And what should you do, Trader Ned? Right? You've been here this morning. I want to see if you picked up on this. What should your goal be when the stock goes live, regardless of where it goes live at? It goes live at $8.50, it goes live at $10. Regardless of where this goes live, what is your plan? You should already have an order typed up, finger on the trigger, ready to go. You should be ready to sell half of your position and mentally bringing your stops up to break even, or selling 100% of your position. If you want to leave some on the table to see if it continues the rip and run, sell half, bring stop up to break even. If you don't trust it, you don't like it, you want to lock in all your $100, you should be ready to sell in 3, 2, 1, live. Sell half. Sell half. Stops at $8.50. Sell half. Stops at $8.50. Right now, stops below the halt level. Hard stops in the system at $8.67, call it. $8.67, right below the halt level. If it comes down below the halt level, it's going to dump. Lock in half, put your stops at like $8.65. If it rips the 10, continue locking in profits here, but lock in some profits right now over on BTBT. Again, I always like locking in half and bringing my stop up. In this case, I would be bringing my stop to $8.65. If it loses the halt level, it's going to dump back down. If it doesn't lose the halt level and we get some volume over 9, it could run the $10. It can run to $11. $133, Trader Ned. Congratulations. Awesome job. Good work. I love seeing you guys make some profits. Absolutely love it. Great job, Trader Ned. Right now it's 11:45. We have about 10 minutes of more question and answers, Q&As, right? We have a little bit more time. I'm just super stoked and super fired up that you guys are here taking that initiative and you guys are learning, right? We have traders that are coming in that don't know a lot. And that's everybody, guys. You don't just wake up one day like, oh, I want to trade stocks and expect to learn it the very next day, right? That's not how it works, right? You got to put in the time. You got to put in the work. You have to study, practice, right? It's kind of like going to the gym. You want to be in shape, right? Let's say you want to be in shape. They don't make a magical pill to get ripped, right? They don't make a magical pill. You got to go put in work at the gym, right? You're not going to see results in the first week, the first day, right? You may not even see results the first month. But guess what? You push yourself and you stay committed and you're consistent. Month 1, month 2, month 3. Guess what? In 3 months, You're going to see results. Maybe you're down 20 pounds. Maybe your arms are bigger. You're starting to be more defined. You feel better. You feel healthier. Well, guess what? You woke up one day and you said, you know what? I want to be in shape. There's not a magical pill you're going to take to be in shape. You wake up one day and say, I want to be a great stock trader. There's no secret pill you're going to take to be a good stock trader. There's no secret course or secret book that you're going to read to be a great stock trader. You got to put in work. You got to show up every single day. You got to push yourself every single day. You got to be committed. You have to take that initiative. You can't be lazy. You want to get fit, you want to be big. I want to be fit, I want to be bigger. Guess what? I'm going to the gym. I'm not out here looking for a miracle pill. I'm not going to the gym one day a week and complaining that I'm not getting the size I want. Guess what? I've taken my journey from the last 60 days and I've seen great results. I want more results. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to push myself even harder. I'm going to go 4 days a week to the gym. I'm going to think about some supplements, right? I'm always willing to push to get to the next level. You wake up, you want to be a day trader? Guess what? You got to show up every single day. You got to watch lessons. You got to ask questions. You got to read books. You got to pick brains. You got to be out there and putting in that work. And guess what? Just like you go to the gym and you put in that work, guess what's going to happen with your day trading? You're going to put in that work and you're going to see results. Not in day one, not the first 30 days, but guess what? You're going to see results, guys. And this is what I'm getting at is we have traders coming in. Casey, prime example. I use Casey all the time. Coming in as a newer trader, right? Going from a 50% win rate to an 80, 70% win rate. This guy has came in, used me, abused me, asked me a million questions. I love it. Watching every video in the video lessons library, taking everything in, taking that initiative, applying himself. 50% to 70%. Absolute 85 fucking percent. 85%. Real member in chat, put in the work. Hell yeah, 85% win rate. This guy comes in. Casey, how long you been trading? How long you been trading, Casey? How long have you been in the game? 1 year. 1 year in the game. Casey comes in a month ago. 50% to 85%. Seeing bigger trades. More consistent trades. Because guess what Casey did? He put in the work. I'm not saying you guys aren't putting in work. I'm not saying that. I'm saying continue to put in the work. You guys are here. You showed up. You're taking the initiative. That's step one. Step two, continue to show up. Continue to take that initiative. Continue to ask questions. Watch lessons, right? And be here. Be involved. That's the only way you're going to level up. That's the only way you're going to level up, guys. Tom Brady. You think Tom Brady woke up one day and said, you know what? I'm going to be the best quarterback of all time. All right, here we go. Here's this miracle pill or this miracle football course. No. The dude woke up. Practice. Elementary school, high school, college, the NFL. He is one of the best quarterbacks of all time. Tom Brady's, we can all say he's the GOAT, right? He's the GOAT. Does Tom Brady still practice? Fuck yeah, he practiced. Come on, guys. Yes, he practices. He's been in the game and he's almost getting ready to retire. But guess what this man does every single day? He still practices, but he's the GOAT, right? I've been in the game for 7 years. I still practice. I still study. I still learn. I'm still trying to develop myself. I'm still trying to be better than I was the day before. And that's exactly what Tom Brady does. That's exactly what Steph Curry does. That's exactly what LeBron James do. They don't just say, I'm the GOAT, I'm the best. I've already put in the hard work. You know what? They're putting in even more work the next day because they want to continue to be the GOAT. They want to continue to be the best of the best. They're not giving up. They're not becoming stagnant. They're not complacent. They put in work day one. They're still putting in work today. You guys got to have the same mindset. Put in work day one, day two, day three, day 365, day 2,204. Doesn't matter. Always put in the work. And nothing can stop you guys. There's nothing that can stop you. The only thing that can stop you is you. If you show up every day and you put in that work, you're invincible. Nothing can stop you guys. You will be successful at whatever you put your mind to. If you just show up and put in the work and quit waiting for somebody to come and reach you by the hand and string you along. Take that initiative. Be a GOAT. Be a GOAT. Be a Tom Brady, guys. If you guys don't like Tom Brady, be a Peyton Manning. I'm a Peyton Manning fan. I was born and raised in Indiana. I love the Colts. I bleed blue. Be Tom Brady. Be Peyton Manning. Be Steph Curry. Be LeBron James. Be whoever you want to be. Eli Manning, baby. Let's go. Don't stop. Don't give up. Keep pushing yourself every single day. And I promise you guys, nothing's going to stop you. You know how many times I wanted to quit and give up? I lost track. You know how many times I wanted to just give up and say, screw day trading, it's too hard? So many times. So many times that guess what? I didn't give up. I didn't quit pushing myself. I continued to learn. Trial and error, trial and error, trial and error. 3 years it took me to get consistent. 3 years, guys. It took me to get consistent. Why do I do what I do? Because I realize from past experiences that it doesn't have to take 3 years. It doesn't have to take 2. It doesn't have to take 1. Shit, it doesn't even have to take 6. I've seen traders come in with little to no knowledge and they're making consistent profits in 90 days because they took the initiative. I've seen traders come in and they see profits in a year. There's variables. One maybe had a new family, a newborn baby, right? They have a full-time job, right? There's variables, but it doesn't have to take 3 years, 2 years, a year. You can come in, take as much initiative as you can, and you're going to be successful. What does Elon Musk say? There are so many hours in a week, right? How many hours are there in a week, guys? There's 24 hours a day times 7 days. There are 168 hours in a week. 168. You sleep for 8 of them. You're sleeping for 56. You're sleeping, right? You work, let's say you work a full-time job. Let's say you're working 50 hours a week, all right? Let's even say you're working 60 hours a week. Let's say you get smacked at work. You're working 12-hour shifts over 5 days. Let's say you're working 60 hours a week. 60 hours. Let's say you go to the gym for 2 hours a day. Times 7. It's 14. Right? And let's say you just want your own time. Right? So you're working out in the gym for 2 hours a day. That's a lot. Let's say you just want your own time. That's 14 hours a week. So 168 minus your 56 hours of sleep, 8 hours a day, minus your 60 hours at work if you're just getting smacked, minus your 14 hours in the gym a week, minus your 14 hours of just your you time. I just want 2 hours of me time. Do whatever the hell you want to do. You're left with 24 hours in your week to do something with. You got 24 hours to do something with your life, to do something to change your life, to have freedom, to obtain the skill set, to make day trading your full-time job, maybe to set your family up with some generational wealth. Whatever the reason is, you just want more freedom, you want to quit your job, you want to travel more, you want an extra source of income. Well, guess what? You guys got 24 hours a week to do it. What does that equate to in the form of a day? You guys have 3.4 hours of free time. That's if you work out and you want 2 hours of free time, and if you're working 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. So if you're not working 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, if you don't go to the gym and you sleep for 6 hours, guess what? You have even more time. But even if you feel like you're maxed out, your schedule's maxed out, and you have no time, guess what? You do have time. You do. And the reason why successful people are successful is because they realize, I have time. Let's not piss it away. Let's use every single minute to get to the next level in my life. Whether it's for you, whether it's because you want that nice Ferrari, whether it's because you want to take your family on a nice vacation, maybe you want to set yourself up for better retirement, maybe you just want to quit your job and work for 2 hours a day and make the same money you were making. You got time to make it happen. So ladies and gentlemen, make it happen. My goodness. Motivational speaker Josh over here today. Oof. I'm sweaty. I'm hot. I'm in the zone. I'm in my feels right now. Everything that just came out of my mouth. Oh man, someone's got to clip this. Is anybody recording this? Because I'm not recording it. I got to get it from YouTube. I got to get it somehow. Man, this is everything that I told myself when I started doing this. Everything that just came out of my mouth is everything that was in my head that I was literally beating into my head, right? I would stand in front of a mirror and I would say this stuff. It would sit here and I would just have that same 10-minute rant on repeat in my head every single day. And that's what kept driving me to not give up. And that's what keeps driving me to not give up to this day. I watch some of my lessons, guys. It's weird, but I still watch my lessons. I watch other traders' lessons. I just try and pick up on new things. I'm still growing. I'm still trying to educate myself. Real Lil Spaz, he's emailing it. Appreciate it, man. Definitely email that to me. Josh@alphadaytrading.com. I'm definitely interested to see this. Absolutely. And again, I'm good at what I do. I'm not cocky, I'm not arrogant, I'm confident. I put in the work, I put in the time, right? And it's paid off. I'm good at what I do. Can I be better? Absolutely. Do I know everything? No, I do not. I am not complacent. I can definitely grow overnight. I can get a little bit better tomorrow and the next day and the next day. I am not stagnant. I am not complacent. I know enough to do my job professionally, properly, to make consistent profits. But guess what? I don't know it all. And there's always something new to learn. There's always something new to learn every single day. Right now it's 11:57. I have a meeting with Sunny Money. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, and I'm going to go ahead and get this call up and running. And I will see you guys back here this afternoon, 2:30 for Power Hour commentary, baby. Good afternoon, traders! What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Who's all in chat with me right now? Who's over on the tube? Because guys and girls, I got something for you. Yo, Mr. Casey, what up? What's up? Thanks for the tip on GRVI. You are welcome. Present. So, do I got something for you? I want everybody to go to BTBT. Okay, BTBT. I want you to switch it to a 15-minute chart. Okay. I want you to scroll out a bit. I want you to go all the way back and look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I want you to look at the big picture. All right, do some analysis. We guys teach you fibs. You can take a fib off. Tuesday's low, run it up to today's high. I want you to do some analysis real quick and tell me what we are starting to see here on BTBT. What are we starting to see here a little bit? Tracy, absolutely, Tracy. I'm glad to hear that we had some members in chat that caught the cup and handle break over what? It was like 772. This bad boy ran all the way to 946. Corey, oh yeah. So again, we got a nice big move up on Monday. We pulled back all the way to that 577, right off one of Monday's resistance points and our breakout point. So that was a key level. We came down, we double bottomed, right? We're grinding back up, retouching to the penny. I mean, it barely popped into a new high, right? Barely, by like 3 cents, 2 cents, all right? But we have resistance right there at 946. We hit it to the penny. I went ahead and said, you know what? What's our textbook cup and handle? A textbook cup and handle is where we get the leg up for the second touch, and we typically see a 50% retrace with a little bit of a W, some kind of double bottom, a little bit of a W, and then we go up for that third point and we break. We have a high time frame, big cup and handle possibility on BTBT. Again, nice leg up, big U-shape right into resistance, pulling back. Where are we bouncing right now? Right off that 50% fib. So again, I'm liking BTBT. I definitely think, again, I don't know, man. I like BTBT. It's not bad. I like the possibility. I like the opportunity that it has. We have a couple separate reasons, right? Not only do we have 750 prior resistance and support on this play over the last couple days. That's our 50% retracement, and we do have a nice little uptrend right at that level as well. So right off the bat, we have what? 3 separate reasons that could be a good trade, right? Going to a 30-minute. The other thing I like about the 30-minute is during that sell-off from the highs, it all occurred on decreased volume, right into that level. We could actually be forming a little bit of a 30-minute doji for a 30-minute reversal. What made me go look at the 15? I got bored. I was looking at the 5-minute, and I scrunched it out on a 5, and I'm like, that looks like a cup and handle. And I started just going high time frame, 15, looking at the volume along the pullback, going into a 30, looking at the volume. And again, I'm just, I was bored. I was kind of just looking to see if I saw any big picture indication of a reversal coming on up, right? Again, sometimes if you get a good setup on a higher time frame, I mean, it's 10 times more powerful. If you can find a cup and handle on an hour chart and it sets up beautifully, it's probably going to work out and it's going to be a big time move versus something you find on, like, say, a 1-minute chart. You get more confirmation on higher time frames. And the one thing I like about BTBT on the 30-minute is look at the increased volume on the leg up, right? Decreased volume pullback on the leg down. It's clean. It's clear. Healthy break, healthy pullback, right into some key levels, possibly forming a doji at the bottom of the downtrend. Off support. That's an indication of a reversal. We could not see that on a 5-minute as clear. Yeah, you could see it. Volume's tapering on off, but it's not as clear. So sometimes when you're in a little bit of chop, it's a little messy, right? Sometimes if you want to just clean it up and get some more validation, just start jumping into your higher time frames. There's nothing wrong with that. It just helps you clean everything up and get a better picture of what's going on. So again, I want to keep BTBT on high watch coming into the end of the day. I want to keep BTBT on watch tonight and tomorrow morning for the possible leg up to $11. we have a very steep downtrend as well in the 5-minute, right? Very steep downtrend as well. What could we possibly have here for a day trade, intraday, before the end of the day? Maybe a little, little 4th point break? And it would be beautiful. We'd be getting a double bottom off the 50% fib. We'd be getting a double bottom above 750 past support. We'd be getting a double bottom off the trend line, right? So we'd be putting a double bottom in on 3 key levels, and that's indicating market structure, the W, the double bottom, breaking this downtrend. So not only do we have a nice little end-of-day setup possibly, but now we have a big picture possible, cup and handle. And on the 5-minute, we just came back down into oversold conditions right off support. My goodness. Doesn't get any nicer than that. So right now, I do like BTBT. I think BTBT's got some opportunity to see $11 tomorrow. $11.15. Very, very, very strong resistance. I'm not looking to hold it past $11, right? $11 is my target on this play. I may leave a little bit on the table to see if it squeezes higher. You never know. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far on BTBT. I think we have some good opportunity, guys. With that being said, I'm looking for a possible small account swing trade, looking for a possible large account swing trade, looking for a possible small account end of day trade, and a large account end of day. So I'm thinking like 4 different trades. So I like BTBT. It has the setup. Everything's lining up nice. We're starting to gather more and more separate reasons that this could be a really good trade on BTBT. So again, right now, if it cracks below like 740, it's not really what we want to see, right? We have the uptrend, we have support, we have the 50% fib. This is setting up for a textbook, right? But again, there's no 100% setup, right? There's very few 90% setups, but there's a lot of 80-20s, right? So again, there's 80% odds this could work. But here's the thing, there's still that 20% chance it could work against you. So you have to put stops in the system. You have to have a stop loss. You have to have an exit strategy. Got to be planned. You got to be prepared. So that being said, what am I waiting for? I'm not in yet. I'm not in. I want to see the rejection off the downtrend. I want to see market structure. I want to see a double bottom. That's really going to help validate this trade for me once we put in a nice little W, right? Some market structure. And that's where I'm looking to make an entry. Maybe around 750. I'll risk about 30 cents on the trade. So right now, I'm not buying it. I think we're going to pull back, and then we're going to get a nice little end-of-day rip and run, followed by some maybe after-hours activity here, up towards around $11 here. So again, I'm thinking about a small account trade and a larger account play as well. Day trade and a possible swing into after-hours. Give me 1 second. I'm setting up credentials real quick for a developer. That's not going to work. Yeah, I'm definitely not touching it right there. Definitely not touching it right now. I'm going to wait for my setup. My setup is a double bottom. Coming back down, market structure, double bottom, retest, the trend line, all that. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for. If I miss it, I miss it. But that's where I want to get in. I want to wait for like the A+ setup. And that would be A+ all day. So that's what I'm waiting for there. I'm waiting for the double bottom, and then for that possible leg up off the trend line, off support. You're looking at $7.50. You're looking around maybe $7.50. That's what I'm looking. That's what I'm thinking. And again, where would my stop be? Well, if we close below $7.25, it's not a cup and handle, right? So what I'm looking at is maybe at the lowest, having like a $7.25 stop. So I mean, I risk 25 cents on the trade to potentially make $2-3. Count me in, right? Risking 25 cents to make possibly $2 to $3. Let's go. So again, you have to have an exit plan. You can even risk underneath today's lows. So if you're like, you know what, I want to give it more breathing room, right? You have so much potential to the upside. You're talking $1, $2, $3.50 maybe, right? If you're like, you know what, I want to risk 75 cents, put your stop underneath today's lows. Today's lows are at like $6.90. Put a $6.85 stop. You're still only risking 65 cents to possibly make $3 plus. It's still a great risk reward, right? It's still like a 5-to-1 setup. I mean, the risk reward's there if we get the setup. Same here, Casey. Every now and then, yeah, they throw me off a little bit as well. So that's what I'm thinking here on BTBT. Really just sitting back and waiting for that. If we can start coming back down over the next 20, 30 minutes, that'll give us about 30 minutes till the end of the day. Then we can maybe get some end-of-day action here on BTBT. But I do want to start looking at some other plays that are starting to pop on off. You have FLGC. FLGC is starting to pop on off a little bit here. Right now, where can we go long for the next leg up? Well, again, look at how consistent this play is. Puts in a higher high. The pullback is off the previous high. Puts in a higher high. Pullback is off the previous high. Where's our previous high? Right here around $7.90. Where do you think we could see the pullback? $7.90. So again, we can see it beautifully along the entire leg to the upside, and that shows consistency, right? We have resistance. Where does it pull back? Resistance. We have resistance. Where does it pull back? That was a terrible resistance level. I'm trying to get it straight. We have resistance. Yeah, there we go. Where to pull back? Resistance. So now we have skirt. Oh man, that was terrible once again. Come on, can you make a straight line if you go shift and hold? No. No, but maybe if I just go a little bit slower, it'll actually go straight for me. Nope. But again, I'm trying. Like, how do I get straight lines on this? I don't know how to do it. But again, we have resistance, right? Where could we see the pullback? Into that prior high. Again, we saw it one time, two. Why not a third time, right? It likes to push, pull back to the prior high. Push, pull back to the prior high. Push. It's going to pull back to that prior high for that next leg up. Right now, she's not slowing down. But again, it went from what? 663 to 790. It just went from 790 to 890. So again, it ran $1 here. And it still pulled back. Running $1 here. Probably still going to pull back. Is TLRY a go? I wouldn't really be looking long-term on this play until it's over 17. Until TLRY breaks and holds 17, I would not be looking at taking it. Because you have two key levels to get above. Right now, you're at one of them. Right around 1640, 200 SMA, prior support and resistance, and then you have another one up there at $17. Over $17, you can definitely see 19. You can see 22 and then 23 on TLRY, and those are your short-term price targets. Yeah, once you get over 17, you have room to 19.10, $20, 21.43. 22.15 and 23 on the dot. Absolutely. Riot, MARACOIN, without any catalyst, they're going to move with crypto. So Riot, MARA, they really follow suit with crypto, right? December, February, March, crypto's hitting highs, starts sitting sideways, dumps, Bitcoin dumps, Riot dumps. So again, really just kind of it correlates with Bitcoin. So when you see Bitcoin doing well, Riot, MARA, they're all going to do well. Look at MARA and Riot and look at Coin. They all kind of look a little similar with how they've been, moving the last few months. So again, really look at like Bitcoin technicals, right? You see Bitcoin, oh, it has potential to go back to 60. Well, you best believe RIOT is going to do good. You best believe MARA is going to do good. And I'm sure COIN does good as well. They all look very, very similar over the last few months. So right now, waiting for BTBT, we have NAOV off this trend line here, right around 210. Could definitely see a nice little end-of-day push back up to 250. And BTBT, it's a game of patience. It's really just being patient. Let's look at that 30-minute again. That 30 minutes having a strong candle right here. What's our 15 look like? 15, nice little doji. Flip, bang! We may not pull back first. We may not. We're getting ready to close out the 30-minute candle. We're closing out the 15. We're closing out the hour. Hour looks strong. The 30 looks strong. The 15 looks strong. So we may not get a short-term pullback. That may have been the low. This one may just start grinding back higher. It may not come back down. It may just start trending higher here. So with that being said, we need to maybe readjust our plan. Right? Is it worth getting in at like $8, $8.25? Right? Is it worth, maybe dollar risk? Because looking at the higher time frames, these are very strong candles. So with that being said, we may not see it come back any lower. We'll just have to sit back and be patient and wait to see what we can gauge for a possible little upcoming trade here. FLGC, we're waiting for the pullback to 790. NAOV, looking to see if we're going to hold this nice little uptrend here. I mean, you could literally have like 12-cent stops, 13-cent stops on the play, putting stops below $2 and looking for the leg back up into the 240s. I mean, right off the bat, it's a 3-to-1 setup. Not a bad setup here on NAOV. You have the uptrend. Even if you crack the uptrend, you have pre-market highs, intraday high, intraday support, and the VWAP right over $2. Not too shabby, my goodness. BTBT! Slow down, BTBT! We want you to come back a little bit. You're up $1 from the bounce. You come down a little bit. Snow, SNOW? Just recently over the last month started forming our 200-day. We've been trading long enough. We're above that, so back above 270. You could see, back above 270, you have a lot of room to $3. It's not bad, actually. SNOW, once we get a nice solid close over 270, 3 and then 325 on SNOW. Casey, I think so too, buddy. I think so too, but knowing my luck, I buy, it come down, and I wish I waited. But then I don't buy, and it goes, and I wish I buy. So what do I do? Do I just risky biscuit it? Do I snake skin it? Do I just go all in? No looking back? Oh, the thrill. So right now, team, right now, kind of waiting. I like it. I love it. I want some more of it. Oh no, Casey's like, oh no. He's getting ready to sing. Oh shit. Mute, mute, mute. Right now, I mean, I don't really want to put it on a 1-minute chart, I mean, let's run a 3. Let's just run it on the 3-minute. Clean it up a little bit, but not, too much of a high time frame where we can look at these shorter term price movements on it. See what we have coming on up. BTBT, it's right at resistance. Here's what we could see, and this would be really, really nice. Like, run your downtrend on the play. Right? Run your downtrend here on the play. And we could definitely see a shorter term pullback and then the break of that downtrend. You know, where was my first downtrend? My first downtrend was like right. Oh, I was running off those highs. I was running off like those highs. We broke. So again, you have this downtrend here that's being honored. So let's wait for the pullback. Let's wait for the pullback, because not only would we have a possible 4th point break of the downtrend, right? 1 point, 2 point, 3 point, right? Stock's in this downtrend. It's in this downtrend. Not only could we see the 4th point break of the downtrend off our higher low for that grind higher, but what else could we possibly see here that we're starting to notice? It's kind of hard to see sometimes. That's why you got to train that eye, right? You had that low point, right? VWAP resistance. We sold off right back up to VWAP resistance. So not only could we be setting up for a 4th point break at the trend line, what else could we have? Wouldn't you guys think maybe a little bit of that inverse head and shoulders formation with the neckline being the VWAP, coming into the VWAP for the break? Again, there's so many different reasons. We have a big picture cup and handle. We have a short-term inverse head and shoulders. We have a longer-term 4th point break of the downtrend coming on up. We're finding so many separate reasons this could be a big-time trade coming on up, right? You have people seeing the inverse head and shoulders. You have people seeing the possible 4th point break of the downtrend. You have people seeing all of these separate things. All of these separate things, which is only more power, more traders stepping behind this trade to get it going. That's why having those separate reasons is so important, because we can start to see so many different things starting to possibly play itself out, right? So many different things. Boom. Inverse head and shoulders, break of the downtrend, starting to get that nice big time cup and handle to 11. I mean, geez. Getting more and more excited the more I talk about this damn thing. I'm more and more excited. Take that excitement off the table, Josh. This stock can dump to 6. They can drop an offering in 2 seconds. You never know. You never know. That's why you always got to be prepared. No matter how much you like a trade, you always got to be looking at, worst case scenario. What if they drop an offering and it's $5 a share? Guess what? BTBT is going to dump the $5 a share. I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to control it. So again, you always have to be, okay, entry, exit, target. Entry, exit, target. How much am I okay with losing on the trade? Calculate your position sizing and make it happen if you like it. So that's what you guys got to be doing right now. Casey says something big's coming. Yeah, these guns. Full of dad humor around here, man. I don't have good jokes. I don't have good humor. It's all dad humor. You know you're a dad when you got a Monday through Sunday pill little holder. You're a dad and you're getting old when you gotta take your pills. Nah, they're just workout pills. But I'm still old because I put them in here so I remembered to take them. Man. All right, team. We're just having fun. We're sitting back, relaxing. You got Josh over here being a weirdo. A little bit of end-of-day entertainment. And really just sitting back waiting for our entry opportunity on BTBT. All right, so there's no reason to be grabbing it right here. Let's really wait for that, like, oh my goodness, this is the setup kind of setup. Setup. The ticker, BTBT. Right? B as in boy, T as in Tom. B as in boy, T as in Tom. That could be a little bit of a new song. B's and boy, T's and Tom. B's and boys, T's and Tom. Yeah, it got a little beat to it. Yeah, I'm tired when I'm acting a fool. I'm exhausted. So, I got the world's nicest compliment today. I was told not to let it get to my head, and I'm not. I just like sharing positive things. I'm a positive person. So I got the world's nicest compliment today that we are better than some of these other elite trading communities out there. I'm like, really? Like, a lot of these communities I know. I've been in them. I've been there. I've been through those memberships and stuff. And I'm like, wow. For someone to compare us as equal or as better as some of these like elite trading communities, just absolutely humbles me and just absolutely just fires me up. I love it. Tracy even agreeing. Oh, for sure. I appreciate it, Tracy. What are your thoughts on GameStop? Yeah, I'll give you my thoughts on GameStop real quick. Not a fan. Not a fan of it. You know, it's been grinding that 20 EMA for some time. Look at all that 20 EMA resistance. I mean, we've had a resistance established for nearly 2 months below that 20 EMA. So as long as it grinds below that 20, it's bearish. The day that we break back above the 20 EMA and we have some great volume and we see it trade higher, that's when we could start to see it move back up, maybe to like 200 to 210. But right now, as long as it stays below that 20 EMA, we're looking like we have a lot more room to the downside, maybe into that 200 SMA, right? But again, that was the first thing I noticed is just over a month, it's tried so many times and it just cannot get back above. That is our moving resistance line, right? It's not a stationary trend line, but we could use it as a moving trend line, a moving level of resistance. And we can see that that 20 EMA has been respected as resistance for almost 2 months. So I am not a fan of GameStop right now. I think GameStop still has more room to the downside, maybe back down to 119, 120. Same thing with AMC, right? Same thing with AMC, you know, you got that nice drop consolidation sideways. If we clear out all this mess, right? Nice big drop followed by this sideways period of consolidation. It's a big time daily bearish flag. And we have the same thing. Look at that 20 EMA. Resistance, 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 resistance. We can see that for as long as AMC is trading below the 20, we are looking bearish. Until we get back above the 20 EMA, I don't really see any hope for it. I think AMC, as long as it continues to grind below that 20, I think AMC sees somewhere around $24.20. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, AMC's grinding higher today. But yeah, definitely. You know, this is a moving resistance level. If AMC has a big green day, good volume, closes above the 20, the next day you'll probably see it pull back and retest the 20 as new support. And if we get that reinspection and we get that validation, right, then we could definitely see AMC trade higher. But for the length that it's underneath the 20 EMA, so if it stays under the 20 EMA, I'm saying it's bearish. I would not be going long on AMC or GameStop for as long as it's under the 20 EMA. We start trading back above the 20, I think, yeah, we could definitely start to see it grind back up 60, 70, 72, 100%. But right now, today at 3:10 p.m., regardless of intraday movement, as long as we're below the 20 EMA, I am not touching it long. I am short on it. Short biased. I'm personally not trading AMC. I trade AMC when we have decent days, like day trading, but like swing trading and stuff, it's too unpredictable. But we can see how it's been honoring that 20 EMA, so yeah. Yeah, we just, the 20 EMA crossed the 50, so that's another signal, you know? It's doesn't look all that great right now. Helped you with Roblox? Yeah, how did that work out for you? RBLX. I know it was like maybe just last week. Yeah, you're still inside that wedge. I think we were saying, hey, average, bring the cost basis down. And look, we honored that wedge after we talked, right? We talked when it was like right here in the 80s. Look what it did. It came down to that wedge and it popped. It also came down to our 78.6 fib to the penny and popped. That's a sign of strength. I think RBLX has room back up to $100. That was a beautiful, I mean, that right there was beautiful. Not only did it come down into that 78.6 fib, but it pushed back above, closed nice with a nice clean close on good volume, nice little double bottom into the OTE zone, the optimal trade entry zone. Overall, I mean, it looks really good here. I think, you know, we could see that break of the downtrend coming on up, and we could start to see RBLX start the trend higher coming on up. I mean, I honestly, like, I'm going to add RBLX to my swing trade watch list. That's how much I like it. I don't know why it's not up. All right, here comes BTBT. You're going to come and make us some money. Let's do it. Right now, maybe right above $8. That would be the low point if that's like a little inverse head and shoulders, and we're going to get the neckline break, which is the VWAP, which is the downtrend off the higher low. So many separate reasons that we could, even justify taking this trades. From a big picture, possible cup and handle, 50% retracement off the uptrend, breaking it. I mean, I can go on and on and on how many separate reasons there are here on BTBT as far as why I like it and why I'm thinking about making an entry. But again, I'm going to stress this like I always do. Have an exit plan. The trade, no matter how good it looks, doesn't have to work with you. It could definitely go against you. There are so many unforeseen variables in the stock market. Anything could happen. Okay? So, with that being said, make sure that when you're getting in, you know what your stop is. Okay? And understand what your risk is going to be. And make sure you're not taking on too much size. BTBT. Boy Tom, boy Tom. Boy Tom, boy Tom. Boy Tom, boy Tom. BTBT singing to me right now. It believes it can fly. It believes it can touch the sky. Every now and then, I'm good at... No, I'm done. I'm done making a fool of myself. So right now, let's get serious. BTBT. Let's go ahead and possibly think about a little bit of a swing trade coming on up. Right now, let's go ahead and unlock that trading. BTBT, how many shares would I get? Probably 75 against the small account. So I don't usually trade more than $500, so maybe like 60 shares. I mean, nothing crazy, but we get $3 out of it, 180, $200. Risking maybe 50 or 60. Again, on the small account, making sure I'm always where I should be. So again, I'll just go ahead and get that up and ready just in case. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and take it. All right, we're long on BTBT, 60 shares. I'll put my stop at like 7... Put about $1 away. That's a nice place for it, about $1 away. Or until if I see any kind of really nasty price action. And right now on my main account too, let's go BTBT. And since I would be taking larger size, I wouldn't really be taking all of it at once. I'd be just kind of scaling in. Tracy, you guys are laughing. I love it. Do I think TAOP will go back up? I mean, I removed it off my watch list, so I don't know. TAOP? No. No, not until they have another catalyst. Not until they have another press release. TAOP is done for. That one's just going to lay stagnant. So right now, team, we have about 40 minutes to go until the end of the day. And right now, our number one watch is BTBT. Don't get me wrong, FLGC is pushing, grinding higher. If you guys are looking at FLGC, your next bounce level is at 9. So pulling back to 9, retesting, shooting higher, or you see a nice little bull flag for the pop. This one has room to break over 10 and go to 15 if it breaks 10. But right now, guys, I'm focused on BTBT. I think BTBT has a lot of good potential. Now, again, like 80% confident we have a good trade. But there's that 20% that it could go against you. So, again, have an exit strategy. Have an exit plan. I can't stress it enough. Make sure you're not over-leveraged. Make sure you don't have too much size. Understand your risk. Understand what you're getting involved with. They could drop an offering right now and just watch it dump the $5, right? Anything can happen. So just be smart, be safe. Let's see if we have anything coming on up here on BTBT. Oh, when's my chiropractic? That's tomorrow. WISA doesn't look good either. I mean, they have earnings coming up. You'll see what earnings look like. Maybe that's a catalyst that gets it going that day off earnings. But right now, just looking at the daily chart, WISA doesn't look all that great. So just still sitting back and being patient here over on BTBT. Maybe 5 to 10 more minutes we start to get some confirmation. Maybe that last 30 minutes of the day we start really seeing it set up. Right now, if it is going to be a little inverse head and shoulders, we wouldn't want to really see it below 8. If it is a downtrend break, it could. Readjust that real quick. It could come back down as low as 750. That's 70 cents. That's $1, so 634. That'd wipe me out. So yeah, I mean, I would start scaling in like 3s. So as BTBT works for us, maybe we have something coming up, maybe we don't. Still waiting. Anything on NAOV? Nothing on NAOV. FLGC? We definitely have some opportunity here, guys. Definitely. So right now, watch the break over 10 and watch for a lot of action to move on in. You know, FLGC has a lot of activity, has a lot of hype towards it right now. I mean, FLGC is up about 91% on the day. How's INFI doing? Is anybody even still looking at INFI? No, INFI is not doing anything. ALZN? That one's halted again to the upside. That one's popping up like crazy right now. ALZN receives FDA study may proceed letter for phase 1 clinical studies. Okay, all right. So we'll definitely be watching ALZN as well. And then NAOV is looking a little weak right now. So right now we have 3 stocks coming into the end of the day. You got ALZN. You have FLGC popping 10 right now. And then we're possibly looking for that BTBT big double bottom entry, right? So what you can do is switch to a cash account That's what I recommend. Go cash account and then only use 50% of your equity on any given day. That's always going to give you buying power. So if you have a $10,000 account on Monday, you use $5 grand. All right. Tuesday, you have another $5 grand. Wednesday, the money that you used from Monday is settled, ready to go. So you get to trade on Wednesday. On Thursday, the money that you used on Tuesday is now settled, ready to go for trading on Thursday. So if you just play it right and you're disciplined and you only use no more than 50% of your account, cash account on any given day, you will always have settled cash in your account. And as long as you have settled cash in your account, you can always day trade. You can day trade as many times as you want. There is no limit. You just have to have settled cash in your account. So if you work it the right way, like I just said, you can get around the PDT rule and you can actually trade as much as you guys want. Right now, let's look at like ALZ, and this one's live now. FLGC, a little bit of a false pop over 10. It's still holding that 9 EMA. We are getting really tight here, so we could see a nice squeeze over 10. Definitely keeping this one on watch. It's risky trying to trade high a day, especially when support's 80 cents away. So that's why I'm not a big fan of high a day trades, just because, you know, support's all the way down here. How many times have we seen nasty rug pulls? False breakouts, big rug pull, just gets absolutely destroyed. If this one comes falling down to $9, probably get halted. So right now, top 3 stocks, again, if you're just now tuning in, is going to be in-to-day watches. You got about 35 minutes to go. We're watching FLGC for the $10 break. The sky's the limit. ALZN. This thing's looking pretty weak now. This one has room to fall all the way back down to 544 and possibly like a 525. Got about a 20-cent window of support on ALZN between 525 and 544. If FLGC cracks hard down to that $9 area, I would be looking for a possible dip buy over on FLGC. $40 more cents of hard dumping right here on FLGC. I'm looking for a $9 entry. Orders at 9, 901, 905. Got them just scattered in those levels right now between 9 and 905. I'm going to cancel those out real quick, and I'll just manually do it. Let's go ahead. Cancel it out. So FLGC actually bounced off the spiking high. Not off the breakout point when we saw the volume move in and broke out over that key level of resistance right around 9. It actually bounced to the penny off the spiking high, right around that 916 level. So it already bounced about 20 cents off 916. So that could be the bounce, and we could see it push back up over 950. So right now we are watching FLGC for an end-of-day run up over 10. Watching BTBT for that proper double bottom off the uptrend, off the 50% fib. All of those separate reasons that we've been talking about. And it's definitely going to be on high watch here in today, in after hours. And now it's bouncing off that high. So it's already done its bouncing. I'm not looking for a dip buy anymore on FLGC. ALZN's trying to bounce off the 9 EMA as well as hold above 6. It has room back up to the highs. Then it has room up towards around 7 and then 809. Ah, man, I tell you what, sitting down in your chair all day makes your butt hurt. If we regain 8 and we actually get a proper, we regain 8 properly and we retest it as support and we start pushing off 8, I am looking for the long for the break of the downtrend and for the break of the view app over $8 and call it 40 cents. Right now, I'm gonna really just focus on this on a 2-minute. We're holding that high. We're holding the breakout point. So again, we had the breakout point right around 779. We dipped below it, but we got right back above, and now our pullback is right into that level, right? So our breakout point for the cup and handle that we alerted earlier, over $7.80, look where we just came down to the penny and bounced. So if we pop back over 8, regain it, boom, looking to take that for the break for some after hours action. Let's just, fingers crossed they don't want to, don't try and drop an offering or anything like that. All right, there's the pop back over 8. Let's see if it's going to hold on over 8. Oh, it's getting some action. It's getting some juice. I mean, if I took this day trade for the break, 780 stop, 30 cents, 625 shares, 1 for 2, that'd still leave me up. Yeah. We'll go 5, and we'll see if we get a quick little 1-minute pullback right to 8. Looking to make the entry right off 8, and I'll put a stop at like 780 on this particular day trade. So I want to see the candle open. I want to see it come down to 8 and then push. May not happen. It may just keep going. Do I miss a trade over 10 cents? Or I just take half my position. There we go. Or you just go ahead and take half your position if you're a little uncertain. So yeah, I just took half. Comes down to 8. I'll take another half. Oh, there was the 8 to the penny. Let's see if it's going to actually start popping on up now. 5 minute looks good. 1 minute doesn't look terrible. Higher time frames look good on BTBT as well. Let's see if this stock has it in it. Let's see if BTBT has it in it to get going. Really just looking for the pop over VWAP in the downtrend, and that's really gonna get this thing going. And today, back up to 950 is not unrealistic. Seen it break over 950, over 10 to 11 here in after hours is definitely not unrealistic either. Right now, let's see if BTBT has some strength in it to get going. Hayden, how much money did I start with? $2,500 7 years ago. But I continue to lose it, refund my account. Lose it, refund my account. Lose it, refund my account. I didn't just do what I was supposed to do. Educate, educate, educate. Study, courses, communities, live stream, ask questions, right? Start with maybe $500 and only risk $5 to $10 a trade just to establish that consistency. So what do I recommend? Throw a few $100 in an account, right? Have a little bit of skin in the game and go really, really small. Only invest what you're willing to risk and lose. I recommend paper trading, but a lot of people don't like paper trading because they don't have that skin in the game. I like paper trading. I recommend you paper trade, but if you don't feel like you take it serious because it's not real and you want to have skin in the game and you want to treat it like a legitimate account, throw like $100 in there. Take a share. Take 2 shares, right? Your goal is to establish consistency, and once you have a proven track record of success and you have confidence, I know what I'm doing, right? I've done it for 6 months on a $500 account. I'm ready to rock and roll. Guess what? You can then go ahead and fund your account with a little bit more money and apply everything you've learned with that larger account and see bigger profits, right? And see larger account growth. So I know it's buffering over on my private stream, so I'm going to have to grab this link real quick. Share this, share this. And we're back up and running. We're back up and running. We live. We good to go. What happened to PTE? What did happen to PTE? PTE just had good news. We had it on watch, but never really got any hype or action to it. Right now, our watch for the end of the day is BTBT. Again, 5 minute looks good. Higher time frames, bigger picture. Right now, BTBT. Big order. Ooh, is that a spoof order or is that a real order? Watch your level 2. You see that big seller? It's over 100,000 shares at 818. Is that real or is that a spoof? Let's see. You can see traders like, oh shit, that's a tough one. Let's go ahead and sell. Well, let's see if that's a real order. Let's see if that's a spoof order. If it's a real order and we can break through 100,000 shares, guys, $800,000. If we can break through that from the buy side, we should be good to go to the upside. So let's see if BTBT can work its way back up. Let's see if that's a real order. Right now, he's not there in the system. Anytime we come back up, let's see if that order shows up. Let's see if it flashes. That can be a indication of a spoof order. Someone trying to spoof the system to scare buyers out of the play. 817, 818. He's not there. 819. You got 10K at 820 though. Not bad. 10K at 820. Now you got about 20K at 820. You got 20,000 shares looking to be sold at 820. Let's see if buyers are strong enough to get through that 20,000 share order. And that's almost, you know, there we go. We're trying. He got taken out a little bit. Nothing too crazy, just a little bit. We're officially in the last stretch of the day. We have about 22 minutes to go. I think that was a spoof order because when we came back up to 818, he was just naturally not there. ALZN, done for. FLGC, looking weak. Right now, guys, BTBT is the one that is still grinding for this end-of-day move. Let's see if we can actually get that pop coming on up here. So the 5 minutes still okay. 5 minutes still okay. What's up, buddy? Who's that? Cookie? Coochie. What's up? I should just text my wife like, hey, if you want to talk to me, come to my TikTok. If you want to talk to me, you can talk to me on TikTok. Watch her tune in and be like, fuck, you're not answering my calls. She calls again and it's an emergency. Might have to let you guys go. All right, BTBT. Let's see if you got it in you, buddy. Let's see if you got it in you. Right now I'm up a whopping $19, $31. Ooh, Big Mac, baby. $44 with the whipped cream on top. Large fry, large shake. Oh, I'm eating good tonight. I'm eating good. Oh, I'm going to go get an Eddie V steak dinner, baby. Nope. Back down to McDonald's Big Mac. Losing the whipped cream. No whipped cream now. Still got the slushy. Still got the smoothie. All right, still looking good on the shake and the Big Mac. Oh, got my whipped cream back. Put a little cherry on top, baby. Put a little cherry on top. Ah, BTBT. You don't want me eating. No Big Macs for Josh. That's unfortunate. Big Mac sounds pretty good. Actually, I don't think I've ever had a Big Mac. They don't sound all that appealing. So, for me to take this overnight, guys, on BTBT, we have to be above the UAP. Ideally, over 850 at close, I'll take it overnight. Anything under 8, probably not going to take it overnight. I want to see a nice close here. I want to see a nice close. That'll bring some momentum and some activity into after hours. Caden says the Big Mac's good. Don't think I've ever had the Big Mac, man. I've just always been kind of iffy about that sauce. If you say they're good, I might try me a Big Mac. I've been eating out a lot this week. I forgot to go to the grocery store. I've been too busy. So maybe that's why the wife is calling. You want a Big Mac? No, babe, we owe McDonald's money. We were eating good there for a second. We had the large fry, the smoothie, the whipped cream, the cherry on top. But now we're in debt to McDonald's. We got to pay them to eat. That made no sense. It made sense before it came out of my mouth. But after that, it made no sense whatsoever. Disregard everything that came out of my mouth the last 10 seconds, team. We'll go ahead and rewind that. So I don't know. That was the opportunity for BTBT, guys. I don't know. Back below 780. I think it's a goner. That was the point that we really wanted to break. That was the point that we really wanted to break there on BTBT. And right now, we can see that it's just looking a little bit weak right now. still, as long as it holds the higher lows, doesn't put in a little short-term lower low, I think we still could see it. But right now, it's not looking all that great. Let's see if it can hold up here. In 775 at the lowest. Closing below 775. Got to close my position here, and I'm not going to be taking this overnight. So what do we have left? We got about 25 seconds left on this 2-minute candle. We have about a minute 20 left on the 5. So let's see if we can close above $8. About 5 seconds left on this 2-minute, and we still have a minute to go left on the 5. So let's see what the 5 looks like here coming on up. So right now, what do we have left? We got 16 minutes to go. Yeah, 16 minutes. 15:50. 15 minutes and 50 seconds. 20 seconds. Time is money, Tracy. You are 100% right. She's saying that I got to use Shipt to order my groceries. You know what? I may do that. I usually go on lunch, but today I had a 2-hour-long call with a member, and it was a good call. Usually our meetings are like 30 minutes, but it was about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours today. It was a good call, though. So I did not have time to go to the grocery store, but I am hungry. I didn't even have time to eat lunch. I had to make another protein shake. I didn't think I had my morning protein shake, so I've had one meal today. Gotta eat. Let's see if BTBT can get it going. Let's go ahead and look at maybe like FLGC. This one right now, not looking all that great. The SPY after the Fed talked, popped right back up to the 440s. What was the other one? ALZN? And right now, I'm still keeping BTBT on watch here. So we have about 14 minutes till the end of the day. And do we have any final questions, comments, concerns? I know we still have a few members over on YouTube. We got some people in chat and on TikTok. Cardano, looking at BTBT. My stop out is under 750. It could be a swing trade if we close above 830 on BTBT. Above 830, ideally 850. Could definitely be a good candidate for a swing trade. For the break of 950 for the move up to 11. Did I end up getting BTBT? Yeah, and I have an average cost basis of 803. And I'm not even down a lot. I'm down 15 cents a share. So it's not a lot. But 15 cents a share is $318. And I'm just watching this above that 780 to see if we can get that little bit of a bounce here, back up over 8, maybe a downtrend break here in today, or maybe slightly after the market closes. So right now, it's a game of patience. It's really just sitting here and taking your emotions off the table and just reading the chart, looking at the technicals. We know exactly what we should see and what we don't want to see. We start seeing what we don't want to see, just get out of the trade. We start shaping up, we start looking good, we're all good to go then. So let's see if BTBT can regain 8, possibly break that downtrend here by the end of the day off a nice higher low. And that higher low would be right above 780, and that's a decent area. 780 was our breakout point for the intraday earlier, cup and handle, that we actually we alerted you guys. I know some of you guys made some money on BTBT over on YouTube. I know we had some nice winners here in inside a chat on BTBT as well. Am I still looking at FLGC for an after hours run? I am not. The stock is giving a lot back. So no, the only play that I'm looking at for a possible end of day move or after hours move would be BTBT. But again, I want to see a good close. I want to see a decent little close here on BTBT. I mean, yeah, we're closing up 34%, but I want to see a nice daily candle close. I'd like to see this above resistance before the end of the day. We're getting ready to open a new 5-minute candle coming on up. And we officially have the last 10 minutes of the day tape. Absolutely, Tracy. You are more than welcome. All right, so BTBT working for 8, trying to get back above 8. Really, this last 10 minutes is where we want to see a lot of volume move in. We really want to start to see this up over that 830, 850 level. So let's see if BTBT can do it. 5 minutes still looks okay. Fighting to get back above 8. Wasn't a pop over 8 and then a flush, a pop over 8 and a flush. We actually, nice, slow, clean push through 8, and we are holding above $8. Okay. You know, slowly building on top of 8, you know, 805, 804. So really just got to see if we can stay above. You got about a 26,000 share order right at 8. He's a real order. I saw him getting taken out a little bit. So you got about 20-some thousand shares looking to be bought at $8 here on BTBT. That's going to be the line. That's going to be the buyer that tries to hold that $8 support line up. Right? You got about 26,000 shares, 27,000 shares, 28,000 shares, 29,000 shares, right? So 29,000 shares at 8 is going to create support for BTBT, right? The reason why support is support at 8 is because you have a buyer sitting there. You have people willing to buy at $8. So that's what's going to help try and prop this stock up. But here you go. You got a seller, 16,000 shares of 804. So right now, we got a very tight 804, 804. See, look at that $8 bid. He got taken out a lot. He's down to 22,000 now. He was at 30K. So right now, it's very tight window. You got about a 4-cent window. You got a nice buyer at 8. You got a nice strong seller at 804. Let's see which way traders take this. Can they take it up over 804? He's at 16,000 shares now. So 804, 16,000 shares. Still at 16,000 shares. He's not budging. Nothing's happening. No big orders coming through the time and sales. Right now, it's pretty stagnant. There's not a lot happening right now from buyers or sellers. A little all over the place. I think it was a spoof order. I think it was a spoof because I didn't see him come back up at 818. I didn't see that order come back up. So I think it was a spoof order, Caden. You can buy now, you can buy in afterwards. It's up to you. So you got 16K. Okay, so we just got through that 16K order. Okay, not bad. Let's see if buyers can actually hold this up now. Finally got above 806. That was your big order on the sell side at 806. Now we have buyers trying to hold 806. We got to go 808, 809, 810. Come on, buyers. What you doing? Getting ready to have a new 5-minute candle in the next about a minute or so. If this 5-minute candle closes out strong, we could see a last little 5-minute push here on BTBT. Back below $8, I'm not a fan. Back below $8 on BTBT, I'm just not a fan of it, right? We want to see it just right onto that trend line, just right there. 10,000 shares just popped in at 804. You got 10K order at 804 now, sitting right there on BTBT, 804. You got 106, that's 10,000 shares. Right, he's at 5,000. He just got taken out. He got 50% of his order taken out. He's at 5,800 shares now. He's at 6,100 shares now. He's at 2,000 shares now. He's at 100, and boom, crack. Look at that. One big pop in volume. We could really... Okay, so we got our new 5-minute candle. It's a decent close on the 5-minute. It was decent. A decent little 5-minute close. We're getting really tight. We're getting really tight. Nice, you know, pop. Nice little double bottom. We're getting really tight into this downtrend. So really, I mean, you look at it from a technical standpoint, stops would have to be under 780. But for me, because I do have about 2,500 shares, I'm probably going to start taking some size off the table to reduce my loss a little bit here. If I see a buyer drop back below 8, I'm going to leave, you know, I'm going to probably cut, yeah, I'm going to take half off the table just to reduce some of my risk here. Because I did have a decent size. I had about 2,500 shares on the trade. And if it looks good, I can jump right back in. Got 4 minutes to go. FLGC, that thing, not looking all that great, team. ALZN, nope. So right now, really the one stock that has opportunity here in after hours is going to be BTBT. No, I'm up $341. Small day, but green day. Absolutely, Ric Flair. Found you this morning. Sick discussion and advice. Hey, absolutely. Sam, do I recommend Webull over TD Ameritrade? I recommend them both. They're both really good brokers. TD's harder to get used to and up and running with. It's very advanced. Webull is a little bit more simplified and a little bit more user-friendly. But I recommend them both. I like both TD and Webull. We got 2 minutes to go. I mean, BTBT isn't popping. BTBT isn't dumping on off. So we'll just keep this on watch here in after hours. I'm going to take a little bit of my position. As long as it doesn't dump on off here in the last 2 minutes and 12 seconds, I think I'm going to carry a little bit into after hours with me. and just see what we have coming on up, you know, right after the bell. See if it starts to get some action. So I think I am going to take maybe 1,000 or 2,000 shares into after hours with me here on BTBT. There's enough liquidity. I can definitely get out. Right now, my average cost basis is 802. We got about 1:24 to go. The last minute's where it may get interesting. Right, the last minute will determine, are people wanting to buy this for a swing trade, or are they wanting to dump it because they're nervous, right? Based on the last minute, you'll get an idea of what traders are thinking in after hours. If you see it start to move on up, that's because traders are moving in, buying it up to swing trade the play. If it starts selling on off, that means traders are dumping the stock because they don't want to take it in overnight, right? So with that being said, we'll see in the last minute what we think the overall market's thinking, what every other trader's thinking, right? Psychology. You see a big time pop in today because traders are piling in for a swing trade. They want to swing it. Starts dropping. People are selling right before the market because they don't want to take it overnight. They don't want to swing trade it. Right now, let's see if we get any kind of indication here on where traders want to take BTBT. Never 100%, but it gives you a good idea. Right now, it's sellers are coming in here a little bit, aren't they? Nothing substantial, nothing crazy. It is really trying to hold its gains on up. You got about 10 seconds to go. 6K. And we're at the closing bell. I got my 2 order entry tools open, ready to go. Let's see what we have coming on up. Let's go ahead and get our after hour scanners up, guys. So let's go ahead and load the layout, post market, wham bam. You got Facebook earnings tonight. You got PayPal earnings tonight. So Facebook and PayPal are your top 2 earnings here tonight. Facebook and PayPal. Probably the top 2 most anticipated earnings coming on up. Man, my phone is blowing up. But again, if you're taking any kind of trade, you guys have to build your plan, place your stops, understand what you're getting involved with, understand the risk associated with it if it goes against you, and it could, where you're going to cut your loss, understanding what that loss could be, right? You still have to plan your trades. You still have to come into it with a professional mindset. Entry, exit, target, share size, how much am I willing to lose? All of these variables. You have to be willing to build those plans 100% of the time. I mean, BTBT is right at the trend line here in after hours. Little jumpy. Let's see who takes control. Right now would be the point in which we want to break out here. This would be the point in time in which we want to start really seeing the stock really start ramping to the upside. See, it's all over the place, right? We got a nice little quick pop to like 810, 815, give or take. And right now, it's just not really seeing any kind of hype. Barca fan, my man, we missed you. Where you been at? Where you been? Good to see you, though. Can't wait to have you back inside the chat and start rocking and rolling, especially coming up that small account challenge. Cannot wait. I appreciate that, Blake. Blake saying this channel is by far the best on TikTok. Appreciate that. Did BTBT do really anything last night after hours? Not really. I mean, yeah, it did. It just was really, really stagnant until about, what, late. Like 6 o'clock, it started getting a little bit of action. Still a tug of war. It's still just kind of battling buyers and sellers. It's pretty 50-50 right now. I mean, it's had every opportunity to break the downtrend, guys. I just don't know if it's going to happen. I don't know. I mean, it's had every opportunity to pop on the 4th point, the 5th, and the 6th. I mean, yeah, it's just I don't know. You know, the longer it takes to really get that break, the more I lose confidence. And right now, I'm not 100% confident in BTBT anymore. And it's just not really getting that move up over that trend line. It's had every opportunity to get that break. Under 780, it's dead. Under 780, it's dead, guys. And the spreads are getting pretty large too. Right now, you have a 15-cent spread. So now it's getting a little risky. The spreads are starting to open up a lot. You got an ask holding up at 795. You got a bid at 784. So now you see the spread opening up just a little bit here. Asks are slowly coming on down to match up with the bid. So give it a couple more seconds. I'll give it a couple more seconds above 780 just to see. But under 780, I am going to walk away. I have too much size to be taking this overnight. To not be actively managing the trade. I have too much size to not be sitting here managing this trade. Quiet in here. Oh, CNBC's off. I'm like wondering why it's so quiet. See what they're talking about with earnings. Ford. Revenues miss by a little bit. 3 cents a share, but Ford's moving on up. Ford right now at 14.10 from a 13.80 close, up 30 cents in after hours. Ford EPS beats 13 versus, okay, so, and then Ford revenue misses. But it's still up, not terribly. It's up about 40 cents in after hours on Ford. Here we go. We got some Facebook earnings. What are they going to talk about here? Facebook beating on the top and bottom line. 361 versus 303. 29 billion versus 27. And guess what? Facebook's down in after hours. Wow. Yeah. Facebook, they beat a little bit on Q1 daily users. And Ford's getting hammered right now. Ford is down $17 or 5%. That's the risky biscuits about swinging on earnings, regardless of how confident you are. Yeah, spreads are getting pretty nasty on BTBT, guys. If it was going to do anything, I would have expected it to already do something. I'm not a fan of taking big size on this trade and holding it overnight. Like, I'm just really not liking what we're seeing. I'm just not a fan. The only reason I'm still in is because we have the trend line that we're right at. So we have the trend line, we have that 780 level. It's the only reason I'm still just watching. But losing more and more confidence every second that I sit here and watch BTBT. Now I'm kind of looking at BTBT since we didn't break the downtrend and we are starting to look a little top heavy. Now you kind of see a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. Nothing crazy, but you kind of see that little left shoulder to the head, maybe a right shoulder starting to form with proper resistance over that first high. That could be the neckline. You could see it crack and dump on off, so just be very cautious on BTBT. It's crazy how when you look at it here, you see a possible downtrend break. It has every opportunity to break the downtrend, and then you start to notice, oh, hey, wow, that could be a little bit of that head and shoulders formation, right? So again, anything can happen. You just got to be ready to go, ready to exit if you need to exit the trade. And I got to go to the bathroom. I got to pee, and I'm in this trade. Ugh. Got to hold it. Hold it, Josh. Suck it in. Close your bladder. Got 1,000, 2, 3. Got like 4,000 shares that just moved into the buy side. Barely touching the price. Barely propping it up. And you get one order of 100 shares. Sell, and then you see it kind of 5,000 shares moving on in, and then 100 shares slamming it down. Nice. Bought at 5, sold at 88. That's some killer returns right there. GDP. Way to crush it. Absolutely amazing. So here's what I'm going to do. I should have taken this on my swing trading account. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to assume this is on my swing trading account. And I'm just going to transfer that money from the swing account to my day trading account. Because I got to go to the bathroom. And I still think we could see this pop on BTBT. I mean, it's not completely dumping on off. And it is relatively holding on up above 780. Again, I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick. Again, if it's a loss, I'll transfer the money over. Blah, blah, blah. But I'll be right back, guys. I got to go to the bathroom. That was a quick pee. That was the fastest pee I've ever gotten out of me. Yeah, I definitely can see it down at 7 BTBT. I mean, it's not getting the hype. You know, we're 20 minutes in to post market, and we're not seeing the break of the downtrend. We had every single opportunity to break the downtrend. So honestly, I think the same thing. I think it's going to crack. I think it's more of a head and shoulders formation to where we could see it down towards around $7 on BTBT GDP, 100%. So right now, yeah, it is risky. So right now, I'm planning on cutting that position. And again, we're done for the day. It's 4:20. I wanted to stick around, see what we had coming on up, to see if we ended up getting some hype. And we tried that first, 1 minute. We tried to pop up to like 8:15, and we tried to get that break of the downtrend. We had every opportunity. We simply could not get it. And unfortunately, I took a loss. I'm having a red day. It's okay. This week's been a crap week. This week's been a choppy week. Don't get me wrong. Today was a decent day. I was up about $500, $600, $700 at one point. But again, I thought BTBT, we could see some opportunity here in the night. Now, don't get me wrong. Anything could happen. It could definitely start working its way back up. But right now, at this point in time, 420 in the market, definitely not looking all that great. Definitely below 750. It's going to come down to $7, guys. Okay, so with that being said, manage your risk properly. Be smart. Be safe. And I will see each and every one of you back here tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock inside of chat, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on Facebook. Live stream is up until 7 o'clock. Enjoy the scanners. Talk, collaborate, have some fun. Once again, be smart, be safe, and I will see you guys back here bright and early.